Hello, folks. It is New Year's Eve. I got the counter over there saying how long it is until New Year's in my time zone, Central Time Zone, and I got this new computer over like a few days ago, all up and working. It was sort of a long process for reasons which I'll talk about in a second, but I figured I'd just play some Overwatch and on maximum settings and break it in a little bit and see what's what. See how that goes. I believe the game isn't muted. It's just not that loud. It's just a little bit quiet. Um I'll say like a couple things up front before we begin. First off, follow up on the new PC and how that all went and how the old PC is doing. So yeah, last time, which was like over a week ago, I think it was like a week. Yeah, I think it was like a week ago now, actually. It was like the Saturday before last. Or like, was it last Saturday? No, last Saturday was yesterday. It was like the Saturday a week ago. Um, I said that I had built my PC, but I hadn't tried turning it on. Yeah, I tried turning it on like right after that stream and realized like, oh, this isn't posting, this isn't turning on, and I did a lot of trial and error for what I could, checking like, okay, well, is this properly plugged in and such? Is this good? Is this good? And I just couldn't get anything conclusive, so I ended up taking it to a repair shop type place, and they were able to troubleshoot better than I did, and eventually concluded like, yeah, there's a bum motherboard. Motherboard's probably the problem. I went and I grabbed a different motherboard. I decided to do a different one because I was gonna order the same one again, but then I saw on the Amazon it said this item is frequently returned, which basically means it breaks all the time. So, or in other words, like, there's a lot of these that are duds. So I said, like, well, fuck that. I'm not getting this again. This is a fucked motherboard. It might be fucked again, and then I would be fucking out of luck. So I got a different one, an upgrade. Here's now everything that went into the new PC. Let me move that around a bit. Let me see here real fast. Okay, yeah, I gotta adjust where that is. New PC, still working on getting everything nice and properly done. Where is that? Full screen video. I think that is in. Trying to find the place where that whole extra images thing is set up on my OBS real fast. It's in new docket, was it? Yeah, there we go. I'll just make this bigger for now. That'll be fine. Oh hey. Yeah, that'll be good. So I changed out the motherboard. You can see there's an extra PCI Express expansion card that I actually noted. I did end up having a DVD that I didn't need, but that wasn't a problem. I still had a code on the DVD that I was able to use to install Windows, and I got it all working, and it's really nice. I'm really liking it so far. Here's what it looks like in by my desk. It kind of matches the furniture nicely. And I think it's quite a nice fancy look. I got one with a mesh side rather than like a transparent one, though you can see through the mesh a little bit, but it's not super transparent, which is nice because I don't really like my PC to glow all that much anyhow, so I'm pretty happy with that. here's what the old one looked like by comparison. A little less fancy, but still nice enough. I'll say, like, as I was building the new one, the old one seemed to realize that it was time to die because literally, while I was setting up the new one, like the power supply on the old one started making noises for like the first time ever, and one of the case fans literally fell out of its little enclosure thing. Like I had to pop it back on to the fan thing, and I didn't know that fans could just fall off like that, but I guess they can. Weird. If I ever want to use that PC again, I'm going to have to replace the power supply and the every fan on the thing. I think that would probably be a good idea. And honestly, I do think that machine would be usable still with maybe a fresh install of Windows and new fans and a new power supply. But no plans on doing that just yet. I'm happy with just going off the new one for all streaming purposes, and I think this one is more than powerful enough to handle that. Yeah. Couple other things to note, like, hey, number of minor technical issues are now fixed by the PC. I was having an issue with the Pikmin thing recently, and I had to disable that during the last stream. It's now all fixed. The sound is working on that again. Now that I'm on a new PC, I pulled in like all the files and stuff directly from the old PC. It just works now on the new PC. Also, the new PC is like previously I had some issues with alerts and them not performing very well. Yeah, they perform just fine on the new PC no matter what. So that'll be great. Any subs, any raids, they won't be all weird and laggy from here on out. So that's nice. Happy about that. Other things to note. Haven't done Xmas yet. A member of my family had a hospital situation over the last week or so ended up postponing a Christmas gift giving situation. So we'll see when that happens. I'll let you know what I got, folks, and what I got. Once that comes to pass, I don't know when that's gonna be. I will say my family member is out of the woods, is fine, is recovering from situation, but was a whole thing. Very alarming, very stressful for all involved. Ooh. And finally, like, hey, next couple streams, just want to talk about it real quick. Like, I have heard, like, it sounds like the first week at the new job probably going to be a lighter week. The first day is more of just a get to know you type thing, and then like the days after that are like virtual training seminar things. So I am thinking, like, for Monday, for the first Monday at the new job, I am thinking I would like to do the first stream of the next playthrough next Monday. So not tomorrow, but like a week from tomorrow. And that'll be, I think, Skyward Sword HD. I'm thinking let's just go ahead and do that. What the fuck, right? Complete the pattern of doing Zelda and then StarCraft, Zelda and then StarCraft, and specifically the HD re-releases. That'll be fine. Other than that, I am planning on doing a Friday stream, some viewer levels this Friday. No plans on Thursday as of yet. I still want to, I spent a lot of this week worried about my PC, worried about family, and I would like to have a week where I just, like, relax until the new job starts, for the most part. Just a relaxing, do-nothing sort of week to sort of enjoy the last of my my between jobs situation time. Oh, we should start. I just realized I forgot my water and I'm thirsty. I'm gonna go grab that, and then we will begin. We'll play some Overwatch 2, and I'll talk about stuff. It's been a while since the last stream, so I'll say I do have a fair bit to talk about. All right. Let's go ahead and get this going. Haven't played Overwatch 2 in a while. Last time I tried to play it, when it came out, I tried to play it on my old PC, tried to play it on stream, and it was just so badly performing that it was not a good scene. And then I tried it off stream, and it worked a little better, but not better enough where I was happy to keep on playing it. But now with the new PC, I've went ahead and I've set it to the maximum settings. Let me show you. There's no personal information here, right? Probably no. Why would there be? I have set it to epic. We don't need details, but like I said, to epic, so it should look very, very, very nice, which is cool. I'll say because of a Game Pass thing. Okay, my loot boxes were opened at some point, question mark. Because of a Game Pass thing, it through Game Pass, I got access to most of the new heroes, other than Mauga, who is like the most recent. But I'll say, like, my favorite mode is Mystery Heroes, so that, you can play as any hero in Mystery Heroes. Which, is that in arcade? Right, no, they put Mystery Heroes now in unranked, right? Yes. We'll play some Mystery Heroes. I love Mystery Heroes. Though, let's try No Limits and try that new character out. That sounds like a good thing. That sounds like a good idea to me. I wouldn't mind playing more of this game now that I have a PC that can run it good. I'll say. Like, that sounds like a good idea. I liked the original Overwatch a lot. I loved it. I was a little disappointed by when I got into 2 and it, they made all sorts of little changes that I wasn't really big on, but suffice to say, I have a lot of love for the original game, and it's been too long. Let's play some Torb. Oh, I said I was gonna play the new character, but I immediately saw my favorite character and said, oh, I'd like to play my favorite character. Let's play as Mulga. Okay, so wait. Incendiary on right. Volatile on left. I can charge, I can heal. Okay. I think that's enough information. Or do you just do both at once? Not really sure how this works, but okay. I'll say some of these new heroes, I've tried them out and I've not really gotten them. Like their basic gameplay loop has eluded me. As like, how are you supposed to play these guys? But maybe, if I gave them enough time, if I tried to understand them more, I'd eventually get it. It is also hard with fewer characters, or like, the fact that you have to unlock everyone now probably makes that a little harder. Let's try some Torbjorn. I'm not feeling like it's working out with that guy quite yet. Maybe we'll just try to get idea of them through like Mystery Heroes or something. I don't know. Okay. We're also like right near the end, so ooh. Okay, killing some guys. This is good. Standing on the point. 3 seconds till my thing comes back. Torbjorn's good. I like Torbjorn. I like to set up a turret, and then I like to run around and shoot dudes with my very fun gun. I feel like Torbjorn is an extremely cool iteration on the engineer. Like, I love his burst fire. I love that he has like a shotgun on a shotgun blast, I should say, on right click. I will say, like, my favorite shooting in the game, as far as a character who has a gun, just a regular ass gun, I would say this is my favorite gun in Overwatch. Low-key, goated? That's what people say. Other heroes I like Junkrat. What is going on there? I like Junkrat. I like the healers. I like Lucio. I like most healers, I would say. Now, a lot of them they probably reworked since I last like really played a ton of them. So let's go ahead and make a big goopy mess there. Very good. Let's do some cards. I got cards. This is a thing I do on my streams. I pull cards and talk about what's on them. Or I could continue. It'd be easier to remember what characters I love. I like Mercy. Mercy's great. Pharah's alright. It'd be easier to remember, like, looking at the roster. Which I'm not doing right now. Next time I die. Easy. Guard! Did you hear there's a Mario movie strategy guide? I saw this, I thought it was interesting, I thought it was funny. Not really a big, I don't know if it was really a news story or more like someone pointing this out and I was like, what the fuck? Apparently they market like a trivia guide for the Mario movie, and they call it a strategy guide. Kind of a cute thing, though that's not really how it works. There's no reason for me to get pedantic about that. I just thought it was cute. Let me see, who else do I like? I like, Zarya's cool. Winston's cool. Let's see, I like Soldier 76, but I don't like having to, like, adjust my aim downwards the new way that he works. So I think that's kind of a shame. Does he still do that? Probably still does that. I like Zenyatta. Zenyatta's really good. You know what? When we do Mystery Heroes, I'll comment on how I like characters as they come out. As they come up, you know? I think that Mystery Heroes is a mode that has a lot more nuance than people reckon. That was maybe a waste. Here's another card. Been replaying really, Pikmin 4. That's what I've been up to since that last stream, that last Game of the Year prep stream. That was sort of the one that I landed on across those streams, or honestly before that even, as my runner-up Game of the Year. And it's just been very fun to go through that, replaying it in a slightly different order. This time I made sure to get all the onions, like, well before the end, so... And well before, like, I've done everything, so... I have a lot of holes to do in, like, earlier areas that I think would be fun to do with, you know, Pikmin you only get a lot of later. Like the purples and the whites and the... And in between. Hell of a game, Pikmin 4. Definitely. Right the fuck up there for my Game of the Years this year. And, I think probably the best Pikmin game. Certainly the most complete package, in general. Hell of a thing. Guys up there. Not good. So that's what I've been up to in the last week, mostly. As far as, like, games I've been playing. Otherwise, just been, like, relaxing, watching a lot of anime, a lot of other such things. Which has been nice and fun. Where's that person going? Yay, we did it. Good game. That was good. This game's fun. What else is going on? Other than that, been playing Marvel Snap. Just got Selene and the Black Knight, one of the more recent cards, and another one that was in the that's nice over there in the chat. Don't worry about that. Another one that has been out for a bit. Yes, I have progressed. That's right. Let me show some of those decks. Basically, I made a Selene deck that's basically just a junk deck based around just putting a lot of things in the enemy field and other negative stuff, and then you know, Nihilising and sometimes even Galactusing if I have filled up one of their locations with junk and Galactus can win it. It's actually really good. This was a auto deck, so I just sort of, you know, took it and ran with it, and the automatic thing put in Galactus and turned out to be a really good pick. I think Galactus is a really good fit for that deck. I'll also say that Ronin has recently become a big thing. I got an endorsement. Ronin has recently become like a possible choice after an OTA update, and I played a little bit of that. Fun deck. It's fun that Ronin is now in the meta as like a dickhead filling your enemy's hand with cards sort of thing. Need more cards to support it, but it's now pretty good. And it's pretty powerful to like put that out on 5, put Mystique out on 6, along with some other stuff like Maximus or what have you. It's a pretty cool deck. I also had an Auto Surfer with Gladiator. Did I mention I had Gladiator? I think Gladiator was like last week that I got Gladiator. What's Gladiator this week? Whatever, I got Gladiator. Gladiator's pretty good as well. I forgot Gladiator was this week as well. I got 3 new cards, actually. Gladiator seems pretty cool. A lot of stats. And I found luck playing him in the Surfer deck, which was mostly auto. And then I added Gladiator, which turns out he's a good fit because, like, all the cards that buff the hand, that buffs Gladiator. And that makes Gladiator more likely to destroy whatever pops out of the enemy deck. Not that I've really had a problem with that. People mostly don't run really, really big cards. You know, most of the cards it pulls are just destroyed by it, so it's just a big card with big stats, which is nice. I'll say as far as the Dark Knight goes, I have... Let's try low gravity, what the hell. I have tried making that whole thing work. You know, but I found to be a little stiff so far. I guess part of it is that I didn't want to just do a deck that I saw off YouTube, or just do like the auto deck without any changes. You know, I wanted to kind of do my own thing, and as a result, it ended up being worse than the thing you can find on YouTube, the deck you can find on YouTube. And maybe I should just try the deck that I saw off YouTube rather than messing around and making it worse. Making a worse version of that deck. I don't know. I'll say I think I prefer the other style discard where you discard a lot of cards to the style where you just discard one big card and do a bunch of jank off that. Okay, we're attacking. I'll play some Zenyatta. That's fun. Zenyatta's fun. Another card. What should be added to Marvel Snap next year? Card I put in there without an answer in mind. But, oh right, this is low gravity. I completely forgot. My memory is short sometimes. I think it'd be cool to see some more like an unranked mode that is like a short term or like fast rather than the long one that they did in Conquest, which I'll say, not a huge fan of Conquest. I don't like Conquest very much. Don't really like to play it, but that's either near here nor there. You know what? Let's go with a different hero. This is not maybe the best for low gravity in particular. How about Lucio? Well, this is kind of fun. Very good. And we can push Goose off the point if they come trying to contest, which they don't. Cool. What cards should be added, I guess, would be a question. I'm really not sure. What's an archetype I think needs more love? I think move is still... I feel like move is always really fun and does have powerful options, but it's never been like a best deck. I feel like move needs... Of the archetypes in Marvel Snap, I feel like move could use some attention, could use some help. What other archetypes would be good? I like how in the first season of next year, they're doing some cards for like Kazoo. More of that, I think, would be good. Honestly, I'd like to see something that just introduces a weird new archetype. Like, I'll say in the last week I've been... Where the fuck is everyone? Let's switch to Mercy. We'll just focus on healing. I've been watching a lot of like random Hearthstone stuff because I was sort of in the mood and sort of wondering like, oh, what's going on with that shit? It's been years and years since I looked in on Hearthstone. And also there's like a genre of video that's pretty cool right now of like someone who hasn't seen Hearthstone in a while looking at some cards and going like, huh, okay, is this good? Is that good? Which, as someone who doesn't know what's good in Hearthstone right now, is interesting to me. Like, I'm coming in from the same perspective of the guys who are, like, from other card games, and are like, what's up with this? I don't know about this. Anyway, thinking back to Hearthstone, there are some cool archetypes that are, like, based around, like, deck composition, you know? Some more things that focused, that, like, made you build a deck around them, I think would be Brad. That'd be really cool. If it was possible to make... Here's a thought. I would like to see Strong Guy actually be okay. I feel like Strong Guy needs like another card or two that could support him. Now, obviously, there is MODOK, but no one ever plays MODOK where it actually depletes your hand, like, for real. So Strong Guy is not really played in that archetype ever because... That's not how discard works. You're never, like, literally emptying your hand. Yeah, I don't know about this match right here. What else would I like? I'd like to be surprised. I think they've done a good job in doing that while also supporting, like, existing archetypes with good, solid cards. Here's another card. I finished a lot of anime this week. There was, like, literally half the shows that were on this season ended since the last stream, so I had to spend a lot of time this week just like going through show after show after show, and you know, doing the thing I do when I finish a show, which is sum up my thoughts in a paragraph or so, and then put a number on it on the old Annie List website, which is not really a, well, it's, you know, not really quite a thing, but I do it anyway. I put it in the comments field and in the details field. Wish it had like letterbox style reviews. Annie List. That is a thought I have of that. S-Rank Daughter was the first one to finish since the last stream. That is a show about a adventurer who is the daughter of a cool dude who is kind of reserved, and his daughter is very strong and also a daddy's girl. That's kind of nice. I like the main characters. They're quite alright. I like the main characters, you know, between the dutiful daughter and the low-key father, who's stronger than he thinks. It is kind of a mess, though, of a show. Like, the plot don't make a lot of sense. The action is just alright. There's sort of a lot of things that happen until it runs its course and is over. This is not the right person to resurrect. Whatever. Don't mind. I'm gonna be selfish. I'm gonna play Soldier, which, hey, Soldier has a heal, so maybe I can still heal people as I go. Slow got me. Anyway, not a lot to say about that one. It's alright. Definitely a show that you're watching, you're like, this isn't good, but I kind of like it nonetheless. It's okay. It's okay. You kind of like the characters well enough, and that's fine, even if it is a little... This isn't working out. What would work out right now? Maybe Moira? Maybe Moira. Oh wow, we can just jump over this thing. If we did it right, which we didn't. Forgetting about the low gravity situation. Another show that finished was Yuzuki Family's Four Sons, which is actually about four brothers. They call it the Four Sons because, you know, they had parents at one point, but they're dead, so it's just those four sons on their own. You know, one of them is, they're sort of like spread throughout a whole range, you know, there's like a older brother who's like taking care of them all, and right down to like elementary school brother who is like, you know, a child. I will say, though, it's a mild show. It's very sweet at times, very wholesome, but also a little bit nothing a lot of the time. That's just for the reason of just three of the brothers are very, very mild. You know what I mean? Like, they're very mild-mannered, very mature for their age. I should endorse people. There you go. They're very mild-mannered, and as a result, they don't really bring a lot to the whole proceedings. You know, they're just sort of just nice to know. They're just sort of nice characters, which is nice, but not exactly exciting. That said, the second youngest brother is really fun and really cool, and he's a little gremlin child who has misbehaved often, and it's just very, very fun. And I think that, let's do Mystery Heroes. It's time for Mystery Heroes. And I think that he elevates the show when episodes are based around him, but they're not always. So The hit rate depends, and as a result, going with a solid 4. Let's talk another one. I finished Our Dating Story, the experienced you and the inexperienced me. Sort of a earnest little dating show, rom-com, about a boy who is a nerd and a girl who is like the preppy girl who is open to, you know, dating anyone who is interested because, you know, she wants to get to know people if they are interested in her. As sort of her modus of operation, that's sort of how she does things, and I will say I do think that is kind of neat. The show kind of treats this sort of stuff in a more realistic light than a lot of rom-coms do, where, yeah, it's not like she has, you know, she's been waiting her life for someone she loves from the start. Like, no, I'm gonna date someone to get to know them. Like, that's, yeah, how it works, and it is refreshing in that, but also, as you're watching, you can't help but get the feeling of, like, this feels like someone's fantasy. You know, like, someone said, like, popular girls, they should get the nerdy guys. Nerdy guys would treat them right. Oh, you know. And just like, yeah, oh, all those popular boys. Oh, they're just trying to get in her pants. Ain't that a thing? Oh, I'll tell you, nerdy boy wouldn't do that. And I'm just sitting there going like, okay, I guess, you know, this is nice enough, but I can't help but think it might be in it for the wrong reasons as far as, like, you know, wanting to have this particular subject matter. But it's fun. It's nice. It handles the romance pretty realistically, like, even beyond that basic premise. Like, it has some very well put together junk, and I think it's good. 4 out of 5. I do think there's some stuff in there that's cringe, also. Like, those nerds, they can be a little bit cringy for my taste, but it's fine, it's good. I liked it. Here's another one. Girlfriend, Season 2. 5 out of 5 with a heart. That means it's a favorite, all-time favorite. Girlfriend is the basic concept of that show is that the biggest wife guy in the world decides to give, the biggest wife guy in the world decides to give polyamory a try. And, you know, he has 2 girlfriends as well as, one character who is, like, wants to get in a evil way. She's sort of a heel girl. She's sort of a heel love interest, and a 4th girl who wasn't really involved that much in the first season, but she gets a lot of screen time and a lot of time to shine in this season. I will say this is the season of the 4th girl, and it's really extremely good. I liked everything they did with her, and all the opportunities she's got to really fucking shine. They go to some extreme places. They set up some really like fun, horny screwball situations with like the boundaries that they just cross right over and go like, okay, well, this is gonna happen now, and all this facilitates the non-girlfriend, you know, girls to get more critically involved in like rom-com bullshit, which is very fun. I quite enjoyed the 2nd season of 100 Girlfriends. Alright, who's this character? What? Huh? This is character. Solar rifle, captive sun. It launches. Okay. I guess I didn't play that much of this character here. I don't know what their deal is. Quite good. Girlfriend.
Play of the game.
I don't think we saw this round. We came in on the last round of that. Anyway. After Girlfriend, the one after that to finish was Spy X Family Season 2, which I gave a 5 out of 5. No heart on that one. I will note. It's still really good, Spy X Family, and that's why it's a 5 out of 5, but I do think there is a trend with Spy X Family, which is a show, if you don't know, it's about a nuclear family. The father is a spy, the mother is an assassin, and the daughter reads minds, so she is privy to the assassin and the spy business, which is a funny dynamic. There is a trend, however, in that show where a lot of the episodes are just fluff. Specifically, like, small, half-episode, little bits where it's mostly just a couple of the characters doing something really small scale. You know, it doesn't really swing for the fences, but once a season. And now, like, this season in particular only has like one major arc for like a third of the show's runtime, where it really swings for the fences and does some serious Spy X Family type shit. The rest is just throwaway episodes. And it's not just that they're throwaway, it's also that it's also that it's not just that they're throwaway, it's also, this is priority requeue. It's also that they often focus on like minor characters who aren't very good. Like Yuri is probably the biggest example of that. Like, he really sucks. He is sort of a creeper type character who has like an unhealthy obsession with his sister. That's a character archetype that's not a winner in a lot of cases, and he's like a Mineta tier example of that. There's also the There's also like Anya's schoolyard friends, who are, you know, like second son, and there's second son, and there's also her like rich girlfriend. Those characters are alright, but I don't really like segments focused on them. And there is finally Frankie, who is kind of the last of the side characters. Oh right, there's also coworker at work, the girl who wants to replace Yor. Her one skit was okay, but just, you know, even if they are like good or okay, for a show like Spy X Family, I kind of want better than just good or okay. You know, I want to see like the show be doing its best, and it feels like it's content to only do its best, like on very rare occasion, you know, just like once a season. This season didn't even have a big ending. Didn't really have a big start. It just sort of starts, it just sort of ends, and, you know, with the last season, I kind of felt similar, but at least it had a big ending. At least it had a big beginning. At least it had 3 major arcs rather than less than that. I forgot that he's all defense now. Doomfist is. I think it's a worrying trend, the way that Spy X Family has gone, and I wish that it could be more consistently exciting, but with the amount of success it has, you know, I think it's just like a situation where they just want to adapt everything and take as much time as they want to, rather than, like, say, just skipping over some of the segments where it's not very good, you know? You can skip all the Frankie skits and maybe get in, like, a better, like, 1 or 2 really good additional episodes that you wouldn't otherwise. I think that'd be a good thing, but I guess they just want to make it last, you know. Which, hey, I guess, you know, it is a popular show. I can understand why they would want to do that. I just think it'd be better if it was more consistently better and exciting, and alright, I forgot how she works now, is that you can use your multiple shields on yourself. You don't have to, you know, do both a self shield and a non-self shield. I kind of like the way it was before, with having multiple shields to throw around and always having sort of a pseudo support role. Not very good with Tracer. But I'll try my best. Not really great at I'm not really that great at like aiming very quick like. Another show that I finished this week. Tier Moon Empire, 5 out of 5 with a heart. Premise of Tier Moon Empire is it's sort of a reverse, not a reverse isekai, but like it's more of a villainous anime, but like the villainess who has been reincarnated as a villainess is the actual villainess. It's her from the future after she gets like guillotined, and she goes back in time to like you know, do it all over again and not get guillotined, you know, figure out what went wrong, solve the country's economic woes, you know, make friends, ideally, of those who wronged her, and it's fun. It's very fun. And the thing I like most is that, you know, she is still, at heart, the character what, I should have thrown the bomb there. She is still the character what was the spoiled princess, and always has, like, a Mia first, philosophy. That's what she literally says. That's what the narrator literally says of her. Like, she has a Mia first philosophy, which is very funny. You know, like, oh, she wants to make the world a better place so that no one kills her. That is her goal here in life. And it's fun, it's good. She, like, it is very funny, like, just watching everyone say, like, wait, she's really smart. Like, oh, wow, she's thought this through. And then it goes to her inner monologue where she's just thinking, like, she's just thinking, oh, this will be good if, you know, if everyone goes hungry, they're gonna kill me, so definitely want there to be bread. Definitely want there to be bread. Or, like, there's one case where... Here's a good example. There's a case where, she's saying to, like, a person, like, oh, I would like to learn to ride a horse. You know, I would like to ride a horse because a horse can get me, you know, a horse can take you where you want to go. And he says, the other guy says, like, wow, that is so deep. And she's thinking, like, yeah, a horse can get me away from the guillotine. I'm gonna get on a horse, I'm gonna just ride away if the guillotine were to happen. You know. It's also very funny that she, like, still harbors grudges against some of the people what, you know, put her to the guillotine, even though, you know, they now like her, and they don't realize that they ever weren't going to be on her side, you know? It's very funny. Insofar as they're just like, oh, hey. She's just like, this guy, this fucking dude. And he's just like, wow, you seem really smart. And then she's like, wait, we can be friends? I kind of didn't expect that, but still, I'm kind of annoyed with this dude. Which is understandable, but also very funny as a character flaw in such an anime. Tier Moon Empire, it's very fun, it's very cool. I love the conceits. Yeah, hell of a show. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Definitely one of the top things of the season. They made it so that, you don't actually freeze people anymore with her. I don't know. I'll say with Mei in this game, I felt like that was part of her core appeal, you know? The idea that you freeze someone and then shatter them, you know? That's like the core of her appeal. And I think in this game, this iteration, they have, in some cases, diminished like the main appeal of some characters by like pulling back on their cool factor, you know, and making it so like, oh, this guy can't stun you, this guy can't stun you either. They just have like, you know, generic damage options. There's like a general homogenization of characters in this iteration, and I don't really like that at all. But they still can be fun, I guess. I mean, we're playing it, it's fun. It's a fun game. Victory, very good. Been a bit since we had one of them. Who's that? Who's that? That's Pugs. I already endorsed Pugs. I'll endorse this fella. Nice play. I feel like my eyes are just glazing over for the plays of the game. Sorry, I guess I should be more excited about those. I don't know. Here's another show that I finished. Again, there are so many of them. Potions. I shall survive using potions. It's an isekai. The character has an interesting ability where she can summon potions. That's sort of her main one. She can summon any potion of any sorts in any container. And with some application of troll logic, that basically means that she can do anything she wants. You know, if you can summon a potion in a container of your making, a container can be whatever you want. She can just make whatever she wants, so long as it's a container that contains a potion in it. Which makes for some goofy problem solving. Makes for, like, some fun, lighthearted antics. Sora has the basic idea of she kind of wants to have a low-key life, but her abilities are so strong it gets her into trouble. But also, you know, she does want to help, and, I think she has her priorities in the right place as far as that goes, you know. She definitely prioritizes, like, helping people out versus, like, keeping her secrets. Which I think, is good. That's a good thing in a character. To not be like, this is working great. Farah, a top tier, very cool character. Like a soldier type character, but a lot more fun. A lot of these characters I think in this game are like Team Fortress characters, but like amped up in some way, more powerful, more mobile, and I think that is rad. Generally a very, very good thing of Overwatch. Anyway, I quite enjoyed it. Solid. When there's like a little bit of action, it looks fine. It looks good. The exploration, the like dumb shit that they get up to is fun and lighthearted. Honestly, I had no complaints. Going in, I was kind of like reticent about it because it is kind of similar to a show that I really ended up not liking a lot, but you know, I think I actually really liked this one, and I came up very positive on it. Like, and I probably shouldn't judge it just because it is, in a lot of ways, similar to a show that I wasn't really as big into. That was 80,000 Gold Isekai from earlier this year. Didn't really like that one, but this one is like a good version of that, like a solid version of that, that's fun and successful in what it does. I'm gonna flank. I picked a bad time to appear. Feel like maybe the best thing is just to stay on point and attack anyone who comes up and heal when necessary. Oh, hey, what's up? Maybe that was a friendly die. Another card. I finished the 100 girlfriends who really love you. Hell of a finale. That's 5 stars with 6 hearts there. Goddamn, what a show. What a season. Definitely my frontrunner for anime of the year. An extremely good show for so many reasons. First of all, the audacity of just saying like, hey, the premise is that God accidentally gave this dude 100 soulmates, and we know it's dumb. It's very dumb. Have fun with it. Like, it's meta, its humor is on point, the characters are all really fun and cool, and like the best version of various tropes that you could possibly imagine. The main character is just like almost superhuman in his ability to like juggle an increasing amount of other characters who are, you know, all equally important to him, all like clearly loved and also very clearly like happy as hell to be in the relationship, which is just really damn fun. I really like how it's not a competition, you know, like it is not a drama insofar as like the girls competing against each other. Like, no, it's just a very open-ended polycule that just keeps on increasing, and everyone is just chill and fun about it. And wacky as all hell, dumb as all hell, but also nails the emotional stuff when it wants to do it. You know, has some genuinely good romance, like genuinely well-executed romance when it feels like flexing, and it does flex. Hell of a show. Hell of a show. You know, I'm really excited for season 2, which was announced, but no date. It doesn't appear like it's a split core. That'll be back in like 3 months. It appears like it'll probably be like, I don't know, years or something, but really fucking excited to see more of that. Definitely the front runner. I say the front runner. My list is pretty my anime of the year list is pretty much done at this point. It's anime of the year for me, for sure. That finale was fucking hilarious. God, it is the sort of show where you watch it and you just go like, holy shit, this is amazing. And it is amazing. It is audacious. It is pushing the envelope as far as like what is possible in a harem show. It's peak. It is peak. God damn. After that, I watched like all 9 of the previous shows I was talking about in like, or maybe half of them, in like a single span on like Wednesday or something. And then after that, I was like, okay, well, there's no beating that. It's time to do something else. And I'll say, you know, I put a break in the cards as well. So that'll be mirroring that experience. Sigma's alright. I like Sigma. Sigma's pretty good. I like characters with the shields that can be put up. It's kind of a shame that, I hope that they put that shield that, Orisa once had, the one that used to be her E, back in the game somewhere. Like, just setting up a static shield wherever you want. I mean, I guess Sigma also does that, but his isn't nearly as good because it doesn't, like, doesn't touch the floor. Here's another card. Did you see Boston markets having troubles? Read a bit about this after trying to go to Boston markets around like Xmas and realizing like, oh crap, the Boston market near me that I went to recently and they seemed kind of abandoned. Yeah, they're fucking like you know, good and proper closed now. No more Boston market in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, at least in North Dallas-Fort Worth. The other location that they had that was near me is also closed. I have no option of Boston markets anymore, which, kind of sad about that. Kind of sad about that. I really enjoyed Boston market, but, what are you gonna do? Sometimes a shop closes, and, that's just what it is, you know? Really will miss Boston market. Like, their chicken was their chicken was like sweet in a way that, you know, like comparable rotisserie chicken like cowboy chicken is not. That's more smoky. I prefer the sweet. I prefer the sweet chicken. Here's another card. Also about restaurants. Have y'all ever heard of ghost kitchens? Heard about this concept. I've been watching a lot of YouTube, a lot of like video essays and such, and one was on ghost kitchens, which is a whole trend recently where they'll set up like a delivery only restaurant where it has like several storefronts all in one, that's all cooked out of the same kitchen and just delivered, you know, wherever, which is kind of a weird thing. Mr. Beast Burgers is like an example of that, since he's like and there's a lot of like other examples where it's like, okay, we stuck a brand onto like a burger joint, and it's all shipped out of various unaffiliated restaurants and unaffiliated kitchens. And it's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird how that's how that all works. Hear that sort of on the decline now that you know, the pandemic's not a thing anymore. Delivery is less prevalent, and obviously this sort of thing is very specific to like, you know, taking up a lot of space in like you know, mobile ordering apps and like Grubhub and stuff like that. As far as like taking up real estate, it doesn't. So it doesn't really like you know, attract regular restaurant people in the way that regular restaurants do. I'll say like you know, part of never hearing about it is probably that I'll say I just don't do a lot of I've never gotten delivery. Never in my adult life have I gotten something delivered that was food. I've always just went to the store, and even during the pandemic, I always went to the place to pick up my meal rather than paying extra to just have it delivered. I don't know. Something about just... I don't mind getting into my car and going a place if I want to go get food from a restaurant. And if I want to stay home, I'll have, like, Marie calendars. You know, something that's not delivery. In other words. Nice. Weird trend. I'll say also for my part, I'm not really like a person who generally tries out small restaurants. Like, small unknown restaurants don't really catch my eye as places to try. I'm more interested in modest, medium to large sized chains. You know, with the possible exception of like pizza places, because I know you gotta get like a New York style pizza. I guess like there are some genre exceptions, like I do like ramen. I probably should find a new ramen place. I'll tell you, like, I've not been in love with the Kata ramen for the last few years. I feel like it's gotten a little bit worse. The meat or something or other. I don't love it anymore. But generally speaking, like, I'm happy with Five Guys. I'm happy with Whataburger. I'm happy with Whataburger a lot. Wendy's. And, like, chains I know. I'll try out a place if it's like, okay, this big chain came from elsewhere, and now it's here. Like, when Cowboy Chicken came, it had a lot of hype. And I tried it out, and I was like, okay, well, nah, not for me. Junkrat's really good. Really love Junkrat.
We build a new world.
I kind of like the earlier version of this character with the auto-aim. Again, I feel like this is another character who they nerfed and homogenized into a version, into a more boring version. Whatever. Anyway, that's a neat thing. Let's talk about another thing. Specifically, another anime. Dark Gathering. Dark Gathering is about a girl who goes around the country, sort of. She's like a little creepy little girl, but she sort of is like she's like a cute little girl, but also she just no-sells entirely like a bunch of supernatural situations. She has no fear because she is really the one that the ghost should fear. A very effectively spooky show, and I'll say, like, its biggest strength is its characters. Like, the characters are very fun between her, spooky girl who is just like, no-selling the spooky situations left and right, and her cousin who is just a very fun lady who is, also doing the horror, but she's like more addicted to the horror in a way that is like very striking and very fun. With those two characters, I think they do a great thing as far as like, okay, AoE. Those two characters are very good, and I think they are the best parts. Oh, that's like the mech mage guy, who's like a mage and also a mech. Rat man, whatever his name is. Anyway, I do think that at a certain point it sort of becomes a lot of the characters just like going to spooky places, getting scared by spooky things, the spooky thing running through its like whole routine, which is effective and spooky, but also is kind of repetitive once it happens like 100 times in a row. And then, the guys, they win in the end because they're just, they got like plot armor, I guess. And, even despite like taking as much, even despite like running into spooky stuff like left and right, they still gotta win. Even though they were getting rocked by like, oh, it's running through its whole routine of turning you into meatballs. But don't worry, we have like a doll that protects us from any damage, so we don't actually have to worry about being turned into meatballs. It's fun. It's good. I think it's 5 out of 5. It's not the highest on my list, but whatever.
We really need to stop that payload.
Okay, noted. Here's another card. Stardust Telepath. Finish that. 5 out of 5 with a heart. This is a slice of life about a lonely girl, a shy girl, who wait, what the fuck is the shift? The hell is this shift ability? Virus, a projectile that deals damage over time. Huh. That's new. The new one, new ability. It's just a very nice slice of life. There's a shy girl and an outgoing alien who she meets and becomes fast friends with. The alien can like read your emotions by like rubbing heads. So they do a lot of forehead rubs, which is cute every time. Lots of displays of affection in this, which are always very cute and fun, and I like to see. It's a very nice show, very cute, very fun, and also they build bottle rockets, you know, like model rockets and stuff, which is a good thing for a slice of life girls doing stuff show to have, which is also, like, you know, edging into like some Yuri type stuff, you know. I liked it a lot. 5 stars with a heart, favorited, S-tiered, all that. I also finished Deadmouth Death Play, 5 out of 5 with a heart as well. Very creative reverse isekai about like a Lich Lord who is actually a pretty nice guy, gets reincarnated into our world and uses his like dark necromancer magic to like find a place in modern Japan among like a very, very creative set of like, you know, weirdos. I thought that Season 2 was a little slower than Season 1 and had a little bit less new, you know, sort of. I guess they established most things, so it's not like they could introduce like a bunch new characters. But there is like new stuff. There are a lot of fights which are fun for seeing like what everyone can do. I think it's not quite as hot as the first season, but I still loved it. I still love the part 2. I still loved it. Hell of a show. Real good shit. Goddamn. I also finished Uma Musume, Pretty Derby, Season 3. Uma Musume is a show where there's horses and horse girls. Uma Musume means horse girl in Japanese. And they sort of do races, historical races that actually happen on race tracks. Because all the girls are based on actual racehorses, and all the results of the races are like actual races what happened. Which is very fun. And makes for some real good sports drama where, like, yeah, you don't really know who is gonna win every race, you know? Because, yeah. Because, like, yeah, sometimes just a random horse girl wins, and it's not any of the main characters. It's just, oh, crap, this horse girl who will never win another race won this one. Okay, whatever. Or, you know, like, oh, the main character got 8th. Okay. I think that's this season, which is about a new character, as all the seasons have been, can't quite measure up to the highs of the previous season with Tokai Teo, which is sort of like peak sports drama, which is just like, you know, top tier, amazing, incredible. This season is about Kita-san Black, who's all right. She's pretty good. She does a lot of races. She has some ups and downs. It's not quite as good as, I forgot he has like a laser blast now. This fella here. Winston. It's not quite as hot as the first, as Season 2, but it is a lot better and a lot more good compared to like Season 1, which was, they generally didn't know what they were doing. Now they do know what they're doing, so they're able to execute even when the, you know, the material isn't quite as dramatic, but it is fun. I like a lot of the characters. There's some good stuff in there. There's ups, there's downs, there's training, there's big wins. There's like, and because the races are real, or based on real results, and you never know what's gonna happen, I think it's very easy to just be like, very captivated by like, oh, okay, and invested in like the races and what happened, because you don't know the main character's gonna win, you know? Maybe the main character loses this one and you're like, oh shit, that happened. Or maybe this is gonna be a big blowout victory and you're gonna be like, God damn, yes, okay. Or maybe some other character that you like wins. I'm just noticing that the weapon on this guy has like cables, like a PC has, connecting the shaft and the ball. Huh, that's kind of fun. That's a fun design. I guess I noticed that since I just, you know, built a new PC and all. Anyway, Uma Musume Season 3, it's solid. It's not as good as Season 2, but it's not as confused as Season 1. It's really good. And, fun races. Somewhere in between those two extremes. I say extremes. The first season is like a 4 out of 5. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. But it's just a little confused. I finished 16-Bit Sensation, Another Layer. Which is about, it is like the most specific isekai in the world. Basically a Zoomer who is like Twitter-brained. There's literally a scene where she's scrolling through Twitter saying things like, oh, that's a cute anime girl, you get a like. You get a like too. You know, she is very relatable in that sense, insofar as like, yeah, she just likes to look at cute images of anime girls, and she likes a shoujo game, you know, a ecchi hentai type game, not quite, a visual novel with a horny side to it, is how I would describe shoujo games. Dating, romance, visual novels, that sort of thing, you know. And she travels back in time to the 90s, and is a great fish out of water in that setting. You know, she's running around the past, acting like a Zoomer, saying things like, wow, that old computer works, Pog! Which is a very funny thing to say in,
Five,
not he.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Let's play this smart.
Nappy. It's New Year in Eastern time zone, by the way. Hey, that's cool. What was I saying about that show? What show was it? 16-Bit Sensation, yeah. Very fun show. Weird swings. Goes a little far at times, but I think I like it. I think I like it even when it gets really weird and goes for the fucking, like... It almost is comparable to, like, as time travel fiction goes, it goes for, like, a messy, sloppy version of, like... I guess it does have a lot in common, actually, with, what is that show where it's, Steins Gate? It's a little bit Steins Gate. If Steins Gate was a little bit messy and sloppy and was about shoujo games in particular, and making shoujo games, like, more precisely. It's a good thing that to be the topic of a show, making shoujo games. It's very interesting, and also, like, you know, it goes forwards and backwards in time, it goes through the ages, and really explores its period piece setting. It also gets a lot of good, zany fun out of its fish out of water protagonist, which is damn good. Dang it. Hard to know if it's, enemy, ults going off, or if it's ours when I hear, you know, being in sights and all. I forgot that they added a character who, like, pulls people to them, but for good reasons. I feel like that is, a weird thing, but can be good. Anyway, hell of a show. Really enjoyed it. Thoroughly. It's really fun how far it goes into its premise and how far it leans into things. It's so specific. I loved seeing the girl just like talk about her favorite anime and her favorite like shows and visual novels from like the future. You know, she's telling a character, she's saying like, oh, there's a character in this visual novel. Her name is Ayu, and she says Agu.
Yeah.
Or is her name Agu and she says Ayu? No, her name is Ayu. She says Ugu.
Good times.
And then there's a later part where the characters, they've gotten to that point in the timeline, and they say like, oh, this is a fun character. She says Agu. And you know what they're talking about because you remember. And you're like, yeah, the Agu thing. I didn't actually see that anime back in the day, but I believe that there is a girl who says Agu. Hell of a show. Here's another card. Jujutsu Kaisen, Season 2, 5 out of 5. Finished that. Getting confused here. Wait, what the fuck is this? A mine? What is that? A mine. Pigpen. Slows and damages nearby enemies. Wow, they keep on adding extra abilities to the characters who are like fine. I guess maybe it's fun. I don't know. Are we invisible or something? What's up with this? No, I'm invisible. That's what this means. I was thinking it'd be cool to see the beautiful trees. It's based on like Kyoto or something. No, this is the Korea map. It's Busan. That's right. Reminds me of Mizodera Temple in Japan with the trees, I guess. You know, sort of cliffside, mountainside temple. I guess there's a lot of temples on mountainsides. It's just a cool place to build a temple. You know, peaceful, contemplative, that sort of thing. Anyway, Jujutsu Kaisen landed on a 5 out of 5 with that. I'll say I was really loving the first arc of this. I was like blown away by how fun and lighthearted yet exciting and dramatic the first arc was with the young what's his name? You know, the main side dude, Geto-san. That dude. And really enjoyed that, how it dealt with like characters you hadn't seen before. Because it was set in the past, and it was mostly dealing with characters who hadn't been seen, you really didn't know how many of them would survive. And I found that to be really goddamn a good way to do it, you know? It meant that they could very easily bite it, and, you know, those stakes made it very interesting. Also, it had, like, really good lighthearted slice-of-life romp type stuff. As well as some, you know, really well animated, very cool action. That said, I'll say, like, I wasn't as hot on the second half. Not to say it wasn't really well made, not to say it wasn't, like, beautiful, amazing, incredible, but it's just so, the second half is just so one big action arc. You know, there's no balance in the second half insofar as, like, the slice of life versus the big action stuff. It's just, like, maybe that was not a good time to use that, but I don't know, I feel like I need to pop that before it's, you know, before I die. Case in point. There's so much action stuff. It is amazing looking, but also so grim, so dark. A lot of stuff that you hate to see happen. Atrocities. Tragedy on a scale that is hard to to like feel acutely. Goddamn, that went for some fucking shit, but I'll say I was finding myself wanting something a little lighter in it. You know, I miss... I think like the first season, and that first arc especially, had like a better balance of like the light and the dark. And this was just like unrelenting, incredible dark that I found quite hard to stomach at times. I'll say again, it's really well made. Quite the piece of work. It's just... I wish it was more like the first arc. I wish it was more like the first arc, or, you know, had consisted of more smaller individual arcs. Just kind of depressing, you know? Just a few more of these anime left to cover. Finished Pluto, landed at a 3 out of 5 for that. Quite low, I know, but I really didn't like how this anime ended. Pluto is sort of a spin-off of Astro Boy, but like a serious, gritty reimagining of like an arc from that there anime, which is cool, which is pretty good. There's like a really cool detective, and watching him like figure out the mystery of who is killing like all the coolest robots in the world is pretty neat. That said, I feel like as the mystery gets closer and closer to being unwound, the more it falls apart and the more that it's just like, oh, right, this is a children's cartoon based on, you know, you got this cool robot who fucks, but yeah, it's based on an Astro Boy arc. The main character isn't really the cool robot that fucks. It's actually some fucking kid. And I'll say, they never made that fucking kid cool. Like, he's just some fucking kid. He's just some fucking kid, and he'll never not be that. And, you know, the more the show focuses on him, the less cool it gets, to the point where the ending just felt like it was a whole... It felt like the children's cartoon was shining through, you know, with simplistic moral lessons, you know, characters turning to the camera and going, by God, if only, you know, if only the world could be a different way. Like, oh, by God, you know, will we ever live in a world without anger? Literally shit like that, and you're just like, oh my God. If Pokemon did this, it'd be on the nose. It'd be too on the nose for, like, Pokemon in 1998. You know, it'd be like, oh, it's all anger's fault. Anger is such an ill for society. And it's like, this is supposed to be a prestige show, and they're talking about how anger is like, you know, they're doing a moral lesson on anger. What the hell? The villains are unmasked like Scooby-Doo, and, you know, when you see, like, the actual villain, he doesn't look very cool. He's kind of just a goober. Ooh. There's some amazing stuff in the first half, I'll say, and honestly, thinking about that was why it didn't go lower than a 3 out of 5. I'll say I think it's a mixed bag. It starts out really good, and then gets gradually worse and worse to the point where at the end, I was just really not having it. I feel like there have been shows that you know, when they got as bad as this, they dropped to like a 2 or a 1. And I do think the strength of how it started, and a lot of the self-contained stuff at start, which is like really good, I think does hold it up. But, ugh, I'm just not, just didn't like where it ended up, and don't really,
Another battlefield.
I'll say that's a very popular one, Pluto. I just didn't. Just really hit me the wrong way. Also, the episodes being an hour long, I don't like. That's too much for an episode of anime. I like to be able to, you know, watch a lot of episodes of anime in a session. And, right, this was a new mode. Right. I like to watch a lot of episodes of anime in a row, and with this one, you really have to sit down for such a long session. You know, sort of going from like one plot thread to the next, just like sporadically. And some of those like vignettes that they do are really good, but it's not a great hit rate, and there are just a lot of them that don't quite work. Okay, so you jump with this, and it makes like a big platform. It has like a double jump, right? Yeah, he has like a space thing, like the other guy. This seems like an interesting kit if I were to get used to it. Wait, what? I thought you jump on it. Jump on it. Oh, jump on it when like centered up. Oh, that's not a heal. That's the grapple thing. How do I heal then? Oh, the left click is heal. I guess that's consistent. I feel like there are characters who have like a heal on one hand and a hurt on the other. How is it with the other one? With with what's her name?
We're in this together.
Evil Hand.
All of us.
Moira, is she left hand heal, right hand hurt? I forget. Probably. Two more here. Zom 100 had its final finale after being delayed season. On Christmas Day, all 3 episodes went up. I watched them a little bit at a time, and yeah, hell of an ending. Really enjoyed that ending with... I won't say too much about the ending in particular because, you know, I'm sort of talking about the show as a whole. Zom 100 is a really beautiful and vibrant and about as joyful as a zombie apocalypse anime can be. Basically, the concept is that the main character just got out of a really terrible job, and when the zombie apocalypse happens, he's just so relieved that he doesn't have to go into work the next day. It is just joyous and so happy, and the world is full of possibilities all of a sudden, and a lot of the show is just him running around, doing whatever he fancies, and trying to do, like, all the things that he's always wanted to. It's called, you know, Zom 100, Bucket List of the Dead. He's literally got a bucket list, 100 things to do before becoming a zombie. Really good way to look at a zombie apocalypse. Really positive attitude, and it's really fun to see him, like, going around, saving people as possible, doing some really flashy action as needed, and just having the best possible attitude about it, and just, like, amazing, impeccable vibes. And, you know, they also do that whole, like, corporate black world thing so well, in such a way that really helps to show how good the, how good it is, you know, his life. And how good it is in contrast to, you know, where he was previously. Guy is really sustaining. Not forever, though. We lost our tank, but they lost a bit more. Hey, hey. Good shit. Anyway, loved it. Amazing, like, the contrast between the like, super fun, lighthearted zombie apocalypse and the grueling corporate job is just so damn cool. It's so fun, it's so light, it's such a good time. It was a bummer that they had so many production issues, and the last couple episodes especially need to be delayed like literally 3 months, but now that it's done, I'm willing to say, like, yeah, that's one of the best shows of the year. An incredible piece of work. Check it out. One of my higher recommendations of the shows that I finished tonight along with 100 girlfriends. Hell of a thing.
Eyes open now. I offer something more.
Flashpoint unlocks.
And we need to go to the next flashpoint. We brought it down to the last one. Here's the last anime card that I have. I'm glad to have gotten through these, and I'll say, like, you know, in the next week, there's going to be a lot more animes that start up. So, you know, if I had not done this stream tonight, next stream, like on, say, Friday or something, I would have to, well, I say have to, by my way that I do things on this channel, I would have to go through, like, literally 20 anime, and then say, like, let's now talk about the 12 anime that started in this last week, which I tried and checked out, and maybe they're good, maybe they're not. Let's go one by one and see. That'd be too much. That'd be way too much. But, happy to get these, like, out of the way. Last one to discuss. The Vexations of a Shut-In Vampire Princess. 5 out of 5. Just a really fun, goofy little show about a girl who gets assigned, like, a general, and sort of has to fake it until you make it as, like, the leader of, shit. As, like, the leader of, as, like, the leader of a whole army. Now, I will say in this world, they don't have permadeath, and as a result, they, like, all the nations just, like, constantly fight wars, basically for fun, which lends itself, like, a fun, no consequences air, except outside of dramatic moments where they actually do, like, put in some consequences and make it matter, which, you know, I'll say it works in both cases. It's really fun, the basic, the main way that it operates sort of lends itself to a very lighthearted, goofy tone, and also just a lot of characters going absolutely ham as they engage in really flashy, well-animated action. Fluidly animated action, you know? Hey, I think we did it. GG. Ooh, that was good. A lot of very fluidly animated action, goofy fun, slice-of-life type stuff, and other goofy antics. The plot's pretty decent. It's fun, it's lighthearted, the character is great, the main character. Other cute characters that appear are also really nice. I just really enjoyed it thoroughly. Just about every part of it. You know, like, it's a damn good show. Vexations. I said that was the last anime card. I actually have 2 more, technically. First off, just showing the final fall seasonal anime tier list. I have it right here. I can pull up a thing which should work, hopefully. Let me see. Do I still have a hotkey for that? I don't know where to find the hotkey for that, so I gotta have a hotkey for it because I don't. Ah, here we go. I have here the tier list. Let me just go through every tier. I have it sorted into S, A+, A-, B, C, and F. Basically, S correlates to 5 stars with a heart. A+ to A+ to 5 star. All the A rankings are 5 stars. B 4 stars. C 3, and then F can be either 2 stars or 1 star. But I'll say there was no 1-star anime this season, so you know it's got that going for it. I'm gonna adjust the position real fast so it just covers the whole ranked matchmaking box. I'm screwing up my setup for this, but that's fine. I'll fix it later. New PC, new setup, kinda. Though I'll say, like, I was able to mostly keep it the same. First off, in S tier, 100 Girlfriends, Free Ren, which didn't finish. That's an ongoing show. The Apothecary Diaries, also S tier. 16-Bit Sensation, Girlfriend, Dead Mount Deathplay, Tier Moon Empire, Stardust Telepath, and Zom 100. I forgot to update this image before I did the stream. I forgot to put Dr. Stone in there. Dr. Stone Season 2 is also an S tier. In A+, I have Uma Musume, Pretty Derby Season 3, Vexations, ended up pretty strong in Sensations, Undead Endlock, another show that didn't end, but is continuing into next season, and I'm giving the disgraced noble lady I rescued a crash course in nuttiness. An A, we have Shangri-La Frontier, Spy X Family Season 2, The Eminence in Shadow Season 2, and Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2. Pretty good lineup there. Shangri-La is another one that's continuing into next season. It's pretty damn solid. I'm really quite enjoying Shangri-La. Despite it just being like a guy adventuring and doing VR MMO stuff, it's like really flashy and there is a little bit of a hook to it insofar as him being like a connoisseur of garbage games, which I think is really neat. I feel like they could lean into that more than they do. Like, it's kind of just him playing a really good game, which is what most of the shows is. But I guess it does give the show an understanding of, like, what is good in an MMO versus what is bad in an MMO. And a lot of these cases, you see the MMOs they're playing, you think, oh, that's kind of bad the way that works. It's good for a show, but, like, if you were actually playing, that'd be lousy, and no one seems to realize that that is some lousy design right there. In this, at least, you understand, like, oh, the characters know this is good. The characters know that this game is really good, and I kind of believe it. It kind of looks really good as well. It's believable. There's not a suspension of disbelief issue there. In A-, I have Dark Gathering, The Demon Sword of Excalibur Academy, and I Will Survive Using Potions. Decided to split up the A's into 3 tiers this time. Not always the case, but sometimes it just feels right. Next, I have B tier, The Yuzuki Family's 4 Sons, I Would Live with the Villainess, and Our Dating Story are in that. And in C, Pluto, My Daughter Left the Nest and Return, an S-Rank Adventure, and Overtake. I know that both there are 2 shows in there in C tier that kind of feel like big snubs between Pluto and Overtake. A lot of people really like those shows a whole lot. I saw them in both of those are in like Mother's Basement's animes of the year list, alongside stuff I love as well, like 100 Girlfriends, Free Ren, and Zom 100. Like, those all made his top 11 list as well. But also those 2, which, I just wasn't as hot on. Just wasn't nearly as hot on those as some people, but they're okay. They're okay. I think Overtake is more just basically okay. Like, it's good the whole way through, but nothing special. And Pluto, I feel like, starts really strong, but a bit rough, and gets to rough, but also just hard to take seriously because it's kind of an Astro Boy plot that kind of can't hide the fact that it's about a little kid who, has to solve a very simple moralistic conundrum, with the power of friendship or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Like, or, it's not quite as potent as I like. Finally, an F, a playthrough of a certain dude's VR MMO life, which really fell off hard. I feel like that one had a bigger drop than Pluto, honestly, for me. Insofar as, Light of the End, I was just so bored. So, like, oh, this hasn't been good in, like, half a season. It just fell off so hard, it ended up in 2. Berserk Gluttony, that is a bad show, but I don't hate it. It is definitely a bad, sloppy show, especially because at the end they stop caring and just skip over some stuff and make the ending really confused as a result because, they just don't introduce characters and concepts that are important to the ending, which kind of blows. Makes it very confusing. Finally, After School Hanako-kun, which is a bad spin-off of a good show. It was 4 episodes. They were 10 minutes each, and each episode felt overlong despite being 10 minutes each, which is an accomplishment. There were a lot of jokes that didn't land, and they spent a lot of time on each of them, which is not good. There was a lot of time spent with the comic relief characters who were like comic relief mascot characters who were like, it's kind of like Rabbids, but not as good. That wasn't very good. That was not a very good show. And at the very least, it was very short. Maybe my least favorite of the season, all told, would be After School Hanako-kun, but it was so short, it barely counts. I guess playthrough would be... they're all on the same tier. They're all on the same tier. So I really shouldn't distinguish quite so openly, but yeah, there you have it. That is anime. Let's continue playing. A lot of anime talk. Hope y'all don't mind. One last anime thing. New anime starts tomorrow. There's one show that's tomorrow. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch all the other new shows that are this week, and expect to hear about them sometime on Friday when I do the viewer level stream. I'll say like which ones I thought were good, which ones are diamonds in the rough, which ones are hidden gems, and which ones are just pure utter shit that I just immediately bounced off. I'm hoping for some good ones. I am happy I have this whole week to just relax and you know, sink in on that shit and you know, get into the swing of things. It's gonna be a good time. I am quite excited about that. Okay, seriously now, that's it for anime talk. We have 30 minutes left until the end of the year. I am going to, we're gonna do Overwatch until the end of the year, by the way. Like, once that's done, I will say I had a suggestion from the guy again, I had computer issues and had to bring it into a shop with this new PC. The motherboard was a bum motherboard, again. And the guy was recommended as I was leaving, saying like, hey, you should check out the finals. It's really good. So I'm thinking once 2024 rolls around, we'll check out the finals and maybe some other PC games, just like willy-nilly. We'll maybe bounce around a bit. Or I'm in the mood for a bounce around. Also the last half hour of the year. Hey, what's up? I'll also say, as far as other plans go, I do have a lot of games. I was sort of not sure like how many I would play because I have been going to sleep at an earlier time recently. Like I'll say like today, I'll say on the night that my PC got home, I stayed up like literally 24 hours, just like from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. just like setting the thing up and just like not being able to stop and go like, okay, save stuff for tomorrow. Only iTunes did I save for Saturday. But then Saturday, you know, I woke up at 10, like after 3 hours of sleep, and then went to bed like at 8 or 9, so my sleep schedule is not thrown off by that one day of 24-hour no sleep, turns out. I have successfully pushed around from staying up too late to getting up too early. Today I woke up at like 4 in the morning, and that's fine. That's fine. I took a nap before the stream, I will say, so I am good to go for a bit. I am feeling quite awake now. I'll tell you, before the stream, and the stream, by the way, was supposed to start originally a half hour earlier, but I wanted to have a slightly longer nap, and I sort of prioritized that, and I think it worked out. I am alert, and not falling asleep as of yet. Maybe, if I continue not falling asleep, we'll just go through a random, like, smattering of PC games what I have installed on my PC. I installed quite a few of them. I guess I'll say this is not to be like a comprehensive, like, oh, this is every PC game that I like. You know, part of me almost wants to do that. Like, oh, what if I showed off visual novels that I like? Like, you know, I really like one from like 10 years ago, Katawa Shoujo, which is a, you know, it's an ecchi game. You know, it's horny, but I think it's kind of fun and you know, very well written. Day9 did a stream of that, and he really liked it at the time. So I feel like I'm okay, and I can be confident saying like, oh, I really loved it. If Day9 said it was cool, it's not problematic to say you're into that. I hope. I could show up like Higurashi or that, but let's actually like play games that might actually push this computer a little bit, this new PC, and maybe also just like games I haven't played. In addition to the finals, I downloaded Valorant, which I've never played before. Maybe we could also look at that. I also just grabbed like a number of PC games that I would not mind having installed. With PC games, I sort of have like a place on my PC where I have like a whole, on my desktop, where I have a whole like grid of games in a nice symmetrical formation. So I kind of like to... Where are those endorsements? I should endorse. Whatever. Oh, wait. There you go. I sort of like to just, you know, play it by ear. And, try to grab, like, every game I could conceivably want to play. You know, which is a good way of doing things. I got more cards. in this last 25 minutes. Let's see if we can get through them before the end of the year and maybe focus more on the games that I haven't played in the more variety parts after the new year. Do y'all miss Fries? I miss Fries. Fries, they would just build your PC for you if you wanted. And I'll say, like, when my PC didn't work the last time I tried to make a PC, it was very easy to go to Fries and pay 25 bucks and have them, like, figure out the issue. Which I'll say was quite obvious, actually, in that case. It wasn't anything complicated, I just didn't plug things in well enough. But it was handy for when I was, like, really stressed, and also, you know, I really liked browsing in that store, and like, it was the nicest place to get PC parts back in the day. Even if you weren't really, like, looking to buy anything, just hanging out in Fries was cool and fun, you know? I missed it. I missed that it closed down. I really liked how all its storefronts looked. Okay, we're stopping the payload. We're stopping it in this case. All their storefronts were really cool. And, yeah, just like the selection, the cleanliness of the store. It was just a good place to be, you know, in a way that, like, Best Buy cannot compare to. When I was going for my hard drive, or for my new SS... I'll say, like, I went to Best Buy a few times during this process. I ended up adding a second SSD to the PC build, and also ended up having to replace the motherboard, and ended up going to Best Buy for that. And you know, it just takes a little bit of a while to get service in a Best Buy, get parts in a Best Buy, to find things in a Best Buy, and they don't really have the greatest selection either. It's kind of a shame that Best Buy was the survivor, I guess, of the whole, like, you know, the whole, like, war. Who's shooting me? Gotta be a... Ooh, hey. Yeah, that was a Symmetra turret. I miss them. Really thoroughly enjoyed every time I went to Fry's, and... No. It's one of those stores where once it's gone, you're like, God damn. I can't believe that happened with how good they were. Circuit City, I understand. Like, yeah, you know, they were just an also-ran, but Prize was not an also-ran. Prize was genuinely the best place to get PC hardware. Best place to get, like, you know, that sort of technical help. And I miss them, you know. Shout out to the guys who got this PC working. Again, I'll say, like, it was very nice to go there, and it was like, it's like a small shop, maybe like a chain. I think there's like multiple different locations and multiple different, like, ones of those, but I feel like I'm not doing enough damage. But anyway, they were really cool, really nice. It was very fun to go in there and explain, like, okay, here's what I tried, here's what's up, here's what I'm looking for, and just, you know, have a little small talk as well with them, which was very refreshing and very fun. I'll say, like, I don't get that many opportunities to talk to people outside of the, you know, the internet. At least I haven't in the last few years when working from home has been the norm. I'll say, like, I'll be returning to an office for, like, 3 days a week in the near future, so I guess I have that to look forward to. Assuming there are cool people at my new workplace, my new place of work. But they were really nice. It was very fun to talk with them and to go over, like, okay, to go over, like, all that stuff, and, you know, after a few days, they were able to figure out it was the motherboard, and, or at least pretty reasonably figure out the motherboard, and, you know, we were able to do a thing. I'll say, like, one thing I wasn't really big on them about, which was that their vendor for, like, replacement parts charges a little bit over market rate. Like, when I was looking at, they sort of recommended, like, okay, well, I was thinking this motherboard, which is an Asus, and it's about the same price as the one I got. But then I looked online and realized, like, wait, this is DDR4, like, primarily, and also, what the hell, this is, like, $200, and, when, on the invoice, on the estimate, it's, like, it's $300. Like, there's just $100 more expensive versus, like, if you went to Best Buy or off Amazon. And the same was the case if they just wanted the same motherboard. But then, you know, that was an opportunity to look into it and realize, like, well, what if instead I just got, like, an upgraded motherboard? And that's what I ended up doing. I grabbed, like, a little pricier one, but one that looked a little better in a lot of ways, and I'm really happy with it as a result. I'm tapping the PC. Goddamn, I'm really appreciating, and shout out to them. Definitely will be playing, I guess I could say the location. It's in McKinney. Nerds to Go. Recommend it if you're in the area. Though, bring your own parts. That would be my recommendation. Bring your own parts, provide your own parts. I was a little grumpy driving all the way to a Best Buy that had the motherboard I wanted, having to go deal with the Best Buy and then come to them. But as soon as I got into their location, it was just like, I just felt very happy all of a sudden, and all my frustrations and grumpiness went away, and I just was very happy to say, like, hey, how's it going? Here's the part. Ha ha ha, that's a hell of a thing, huh? I'm looking forward to seeing this thing go through. I was in the car, like, just, you know, like 10-30 minutes of, like, driving to a Best Buy that's not my normal Best Buy, and then, like, driving to the place and getting up in my head, and then just immediately just like all smiles once I actually saw them, you know. It wasn't their fault, I'm sure. And again, I'm happy to have gotten this motherboard instead of the one I was originally getting. and have the chance to like really consider like what I want to do. Like that was just good. Anyway, shout out to them. Good shit. Would recommend. Art's M2 SSD is nice. Another thing, M2 SSDs. Never had one of them before. Never had an M2 SSD before. I was sort of surprised when I took it out of the box and found it's like this big. Like they're small, they're tiny. I was just like, wait, how does this go into an enclosure? How does this work? And then I looked it up and found like, oh, they go right onto the motherboard, which turns out is just really goddamn convenient. Like, shit. Like, you don't have to deal with SATA cables. You don't have to deal with power cables for your SSD. It's just as easy as you plug it in. It's just as easy as you slot it in, you lock it down, and then it's just the fastest damn SSD you've ever had. That's 2 terabytes and really huge. Once I saw like the ease of installation, my plans I had originally, which was to use my old SSD that I had, that's 500 gigs, you know, in the new PC as a backup, like a storage drive for VODs, as they are like local recordings, you know, like just a big drive where I don't have to worry about other things being on it for VODs and stuff. Once I realized how nice they were, I immediately just went out and bought at Best Buy a second SSD M2 because, yeah, I don't want to deal with SATA cables or the power cables that do that. Like, that saves me, like, a really annoying cable that's, I'm glad to have cut out of the process. Really, really lovely. Such a huge, massive improvement. And again, they're tiny. I guess I'll say that, you know, I think my Switch has a micro SD card in it that's a terabyte, so it's not like... I guess the compression isn't really that impressive compared to, like, a standard M2 drive, or a standard, like, 2.5-inch enclosure SSD. But they are really cool, they are really impressive, and, you know, from now on, that's my thing. I say that's my thing. That's how I'm gonna have my PC, and any other PCs I ever do M2 drives. They rule. This character's good. I like this character. This is a fun character right here. We'll be able to stop the payload. Go another card. After putting everything back together, pulling everything over, I decided to back up more to Google Drive, went up to a paid tier and everything. Yeah, so now I have 100 gigs of backup now on Google Drive, or, you know, general Google Drive storage, most of which is backup. And I decided to just literally back up everything that I directly pulled over from my PC, on my last PC, because, yeah, I don't ever want to lose that and have to rebuild anything, you know? Originally, I was very much just like, okay, I'm just backing up the essentials, things I could live without. But, turns out there was stuff I hadn't thought about, like, oh yeah, I didn't back up the, I didn't originally back up my Stream Deck setup for all my, like, shortcuts and hotkeys for OBS. And, those are definitely required, you know? I definitely don't want to lose all that setup, you know? I now have, like, all of OBS backed up instead of just, like, the essential stuff. But I think is a better way of doing that. Forgot about the whole knife-throwing thing of this character. Anyway, it was very helpful for, like, knowing what to back up, having just done it. Basically, I backed up everything that I pulled over, including, like, iTunes, including, like, a bunch of, app data stuff, which, by the way... Is that a bad idea? Should I not have directly copied app data from one PC to another? I don't know. I did, so it's fine. I'm not backing up the entire app data folder for what it's worth. I'm just specifically backing up, like, specific directories, but hey, maybe it would be fine to do just the entire app data folder rather than just, like, cherry picking. Maybe that would be smart. Then I don't have to think ever about, like, what app data I need and what app data I don't. but also that could be like, that could blow my limit really fast. App data, that sort of thing, can grow out of control, you know, if you're not looking too closely at it. Anyway, was a nice transition, was a nice crossover, just like pulling one thing, pulling another thing. You know, I'll say I've gotten to the point where I just felt really good just literally putting the PC away in another room. You know, I'm sure I'll think of things and realize things that I haven't got off it yet, and I'll have to pull it over and plug it in and find whatever I need. Like, I'll say, like, one thing I didn't realize I didn't have is the Mario Maker 2 font that I use in OBS a few places. So I need to pull that over from the old machine so it can look exactly the same as it did before that. You know, otherwise the UI will be, like, slightly different in some places. And also put that in a place where it's backed up, you know. But that's a simple enough thing. I bet I'll find more things that I'm overlooking, but for now, the new PC is running. The old PC is like, you know, retired effectively. You know, like I said, it was really choosing today to die. It was on its deathbed as it was being retired, so I got this new PC just in time for, you know, just in time anyhow. You know what I mean? I got this PC just in time. Hell of a good.
It's high time.
Hell of a good thing. God, we just killed a lot of people. And I'll say also, damn thing's silent as fuck. You know, I literally, like, as it was running, you know, I couldn't test this for a while because the other PC was loudly chugging away as I was, like, transferring things over, but at the end of the first night, I turned off the old PC and literally could not hear the new one. Literally put my head, like, right against the grate, right against the fans. They were spinning, didn't hear a damn thing. Hey, that's me. Yes, this is what happens. This is what happened. Hell yeah. Sure, capture it. Did it capture? I don't know. God, I'm tempted to have that be the last one on account of we got play of the game. We got 9 minutes left until the end of the year. Want to do like a different thing? What's missions? No, I'm good. There's not like.
I was afraid of this.
World map initiated.
Oh, they're for money? Okay.
Compile all relevant
They're
communication.
for money. I didn't know that.
Winston.
What is this anyway? Did they make it work like they were going to with like a co-op campaign, or they're like abilities and an upgrade tree?
New entries to the Intel database.
No, it's just like a bio, I guess. It's an Intel thing. There's not like a skill tree or anything, right? They didn't end up doing that part. I'd be curious to know, like, if this was good, if they ended up elevating it above, like, yeah, it's okay. The kind of thing where you play it and you go, like, yeah, it's alright. It's not bad. Why are all these things locked? Oh, it's like a work in progress thing. Right, okay. Anyway, I'll also say one last PC things. As I'm setting up my new PC, I've had a good time, like, making little improvements to how I organize things. You know, I've been rearranging my desktop a bit, changing the order of icons to be more logical, adding more things to the desktop. Like I now have a button for my PC, as well as a folder of just like useful directories, like app data, so I don't have to manually navigate to them each time, which is pretty useful, it turns out. And I'm trying to think of other things as well. Like I have this whole Stream Deck, which is very cool. Bunch of like various hotkeys that you can do, and I spent some time today, like in the afternoon, setting up a bunch of macros for Paint.net, so that I can literally just hit one button and it'll first off, like simple things like, this will here's a hotkey for like increasing the font, which I say that's a simple one. That was actually a really complex one because the hotkey does not by default exist. I had to get a hack. I had to get like a script that added that hotkey to Pay.net. But once I did, it was pretty damn handy, and I'm able to do that without like manually mousing over to a little scroll thing and like pulling it down, which is really really cool. Really really cool. How many tiers did we complete with all that gameplay? Got an at. Let's see what we got here. We got this. We got
Now joins the hunt.
a voice line that doesn't seem very good. That's a pretty good, like, whatever this is, highlight intro. If I had that character, I would be interested in that. And we got, like, a victory pose. This is unlocked, right? Yeah, equipped. Sure, why not? That's fine. I'll say I think, like, the non-main loot drops in this are almost entirely uninteresting. 5 minutes left! Hey, hey! Hello, sire. There's 5 minutes left. Anyway, macros. I now have the ability to do like a single press on my Stream Deck for like in Paint.net, and I literally do all the stuff I need to do to make like the shadow for a thumbnail. I have this whole complicated process where I take a layer that's all white, I copy it over, I invert the colors to black. I do a blur, a Gaussian blur of 12 pixels. I offset that a little bit. I double it up. I make a second copy of that. Then I do another copy of that original black layer, and I do a blur of 24. And I double that as well. And that's how I do every thumbnail that I do. And for time immemorial, that has just been a manual process. But I figured out like all the inputs to like automate that with a macro. So now I can just hit one fucking button and the shadow is just taken care of like in a second, which is gonna be pretty damn useful. I'm really happy to have set that up, and definitely looking to set up like more shit like that in the future. Like honestly, it has me thinking like, man, I could deal with some macros like just for work stuff, like, I'm sure with the new job, there's going to be stuff that's repetitive that you do all the time where I wouldn't mind having a button to just be like, oh, build everything. I just press this button and it builds everything. It does all the console commands that are needed to do a full build. That'd be nice. Or, oh, do this or that, or set up this thing, do that thing. There's always that sort of thing. I'll say, like, I don't know specifics yet since I'm not at the new company until next year, which is in 3 minutes, by the way. It occurs to me I cannot make that thing bigger. I cannot just make that fucking thing bigger because it's a sort of... I think I could do something though. Where's the New Year tracker? Time, paint, minutes tracker, fusion tracker, counter body. Trying to find the New Year's thing. New Year's count. Okay, here we go. Just go ahead and crop that as 2 minutes are left. put that below the camera, please. Anyway, really happy to be making little efficiency improvements as I go setting up my new PC. I'm really pleased with how that's gone. Really pleased with how that's gone. And I am now, ready for the new year and shit. And I'm hoping to make more improvements and more, automations wherever I can. Um, as, as needed. As needed. Definitely feeling really good about, that shit. Guess I'm in McKinney, but don't worry about that. It doesn't really matter so long as it's Central Time. Can I make this so it's big, but I'm not, covering it up? Yes, I can. Good. There we go. Look at that. 50 seconds, folks. Hey, hey! Ugh. Gonna take a drink. We didn't get through all the cards that I have, so I have some more after this, but we can use those. We got through all the anime and all the PC stuff and some other type stuff, so I'm happy about that. And I think this year has gone quite nicely. It's almost over now. 15 seconds. Let's fucking go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How about that? It's 2024 now. It is 2024. Happy New Year, y'all. That's it. Woo! I don't have any fancy effects for that. Okay. That's gonna do it for Overwatch 2. How about we launch the finals and try that out? How about that? Happy New Year. How about the finals? I'm gonna change the name of the Twitch stream while I am doing this. The finals. I'm just going to change the game. And new PC. First try. First time. First time. All right, let's try out that there finals. I'm gonna quit out of Overwatch. I did do the endorsements, right? Yes, good. Okay. Let's quit out of this. That's enough Overwatch 2. It's still good. I just think it was it definitely peaked before it was Overwatch 1. But hey, it runs good now, and it runs good while streaming on account of this new PC. Really happy about that. Goddamn, this new PC, I am way into it. It's, no more performance issues in anything. I can't wait to do randomizers on the PC of more complicated, more advanced games. I'd love to do Metroid Dread randomizer sometime. I'd also love to do Metroid Prime 2 randomizer again. If Metroid Prime 3 randomizer is a thing, I'd love to do that. I don't think it is yet though. But all these things won't be problems now that I have a new PC. I am launching the finals. Let's go ahead and see how that is. I launched it just enough to look at the video settings and make sure it all looked good. It's waiting for game now. Good, okay, it's coming up. I'll say also load times will be very well reduced with the new PC, which is gonna be very nice. Okay, I hear it, but y'all can't hear it. Let me see Login attempt failed? Eh? What? It was working yesterday. I was able to get into the game. Could it be because I opened it, got it all set up, and then when it was like doing an opening cutscene, I said, okay, I'm gonna exit out real fast. Could that be a problem? Maybe that was a problem. Let me also just do a quick application audio capture for the video game. Let me see. The finals. Okay, that's way too loud. Let's take it down a notch. Let me just do a quick. How about there? Hopefully that'll be good. I'll keep the volume mixer up so I can adjust as needed. It does say connection failed though. Let me see. The finals. Connection failed. What do you do about that? Not on PS3. Okay, let's see. You may be a new player like our EIC and not have an Embark ID. This will cause the error. You must create an Embark ID to play the finals. What the fuck is an Embark ID? I think I got this on Steam, right? So let me log in on another browser. I gotta do the authentication thing. Where the hell is Steam? 1 second. Proof. Sign me in. Sign in, yes. Sign into that Embark thing. Let me put in my email. Display name. Classic rig. No, just the Master DS, thank you. Verification email has been sent. Okay. Let me just go ahead and verify the email. Okay, are we good? Are we good? Okay, so Steam is connected. Okay, click the login. Login and I fill out information. Then you'll be taken to your thing. Do the confirmation email. Verify email, yes. This should be good. Let me relaunch. Maybe that's key. I hear really good things about this game. Definitely consider checking it out before, like, you know, the end of the year, before, like, solidizing my Game of the Year list, but ended up not doing so because I kind of felt like I had enough, and also, you know, it's sort of a PC game, and my PC was on its last legs, so, well, I guess it has an Xbox version as well that I could have tried, but I don't know. God, really? Okay, check the server status. I can check the official Discord of the finals. Okay, I will check the official Discord of the finals. I am human. Maybe their server is down. That is a distinct possibility. I'm just gonna do the announcement channels. Sure, why not? Don't know how you set up that stuff where it's a fan, where when you first sign into a Discord, it'll tell you all the things. I don't know how you set that up. Okay, server announcements. The finals chat. Don't see anyone saying that it's not working. Let's see. Ba. No, I don't see anything about this not being available. Well, this is kind of a bummer. Kind of a bummer way to start the year. This not working. What are you gonna do though? Let me check the. Let's just check again. This is TFLA 00. Wait, this is TFLA 003. What does 003 mean? TFLA 003, the finals. Showing results for TFLE. Got the fucking hand motions on, don't I? I gotta fix that on my settings. Turn off the gesture settings, please. Thank you. I do gestures too often for those to be on. How to fix? Okay, TFLA 003. Let's see. How to fix? Okay. Check your internet connection. I think we're good on that front. Turn off VPN. Turn on off VPN connections. Nope, don't have that. Close and restart. I've tried that before. Uninstall and reinstall the finals. Well, god damn it. Really? Is that how we gotta do? Guess that's how we gotta do. I'm gonna try opening it one more time, and then we'll try uninstalling and reinstalling. Fuck. Well, at any rate, uninstalling will be fast. I have a very fast SSD. And reinstalling will take about as much time as Steam takes to download a game. I'll say again, this was working. It's probably something to do with how I got in there, I did some settings, and then I exited before the opening cutscene finished. Because I didn't want to, spoil it for myself, I say spoil. I kind of wanted my first thing with the game to be on stream. Okay. I'm going to go into Steam real fast. Where's Steam? Library. Think I could just repair the installation? No, I don't think that'd work. Just... Where's, browse local files? Can I, get rid of any saves or anything? Installed files, backup things, browse installed files. Okay, tell you what, I'm going to uninstall. Then I'm going to install. What? No internet connection. Okay. Huh? I'm live on the internet, right, folks? Like, y'all are seeing me? Looks like we're live. We're live, right? Yeah, I was just accessing the website for the thing. I was just accessing the website for the thing. And I can see myself live. Hello, me. Hello, me. I can see myself live. We definitely have internet. What the fuck, Steam? I see myself waving in slight delay on the preview thing, from the internet. No internet connection. That is bizarre. Can I close Steam and restart Steam? Exit Steam. Shut down Steam. Steam doesn't know what the fuck. Okay. Now it's downloading. Well, it'll be like 8 gigs, and it's it's already a gig down right now. Why don't I just do another card while we're waiting, because it'll just be like literally a minute. That's fine. Watch 3 episodes of 6 Feet Under. Something that I've been watched a little bit of with my dad while we were doing like not quite Christmas stuff, but at least doing some family dinners and that sort of thing, hanging out, doing some family stuff. Like I said, we had some stuff, some health scares in the family, so we weren't able to do proper Christmas, but we were able to hang out, and we watched some 6 Feet Under, which I've never seen before, which I thought was interesting. Honestly, I think that it does feel very dated in a lot of ways, one of which being that I feel like the most dated thing is like the pop psychology girlfriend, who is just like, oh, my parents were psychologists, so I am constantly like psychoanalyzing. She is just like constantly psychoanalyzing her significant other, the the Jeff Winger, more but mortician dude. That dude that kind of looks like Jeff Winger. Jeff Winger's great character, so I'm not saying that as a slight. Just that he's very Jeff Winger. Anyway, that's probably the most dated thing about it. I do also find like in the first episode, there's a lot of ads and stuff, and a lot of like another thing that's probably dated about it is all the like cutaways to weird fantasy scenarios that aren't real, where it's just like, oh hey, it's the ghost of your dad is here to say a thing. I'm gonna try relaunching. Ghost Dad is here, and he's like he's questioning what's up with you. He's saying a whole thing and being like, hey, I have these thoughts. Apparently, he's in like most episodes, either in dreams or in like metaphoric characters talking to their dead dad. That's fine, I guess. I'm just not wild about it. You know, it's all right. It's fun. I do feel like I was falling asleep towards like the end of the 3rd episode, which again my sleep schedule has been weird. So hey, we got in. Perfect. Good. We're good on accessibility. Subtitles are on. Um, video. Y'all seeing this? Windowed full screen. Frame generation. I think I don't want that. Is frame generation good? I don't know if frame generation is good. We can try it. Hey, new thing. I've heard good things about frame generation, honestly. When it says render additional frames, does it mean like to 30 to 60 frames a second? Or does it mean to like 120? Because if it's 120, this isn't going to be captured by the OBS. But if it means 60, also I don't think this monitor is not 120 for what it's worth. But if it means 60, that's good. I'm going to say okay. DLS super resolution boosts frame rates by... It doesn't do any upscaling. Yeah, this probably won't be a problem. We're not rendering in like 4K. We're rendering in 1080 because I haven't like upgraded my monitors, nor is the stream any higher than that, so really doesn't make sense. Oh, hang on. You should be able to hear it now. There we go. What sound options do they have here? Anyway, I think my favorite part of 6 Feet Under is the part where at the start of every episode a guy dies. Like, that's a neat gimmick for a show. I kind of feel like you could just do like you can do an entire show of just... Let's try epic. Let's try epic ray tracing. Ooh, let's see if this works. I have this set on epic. This is as high as it goes. I think that should be pretty good. I feel like you could just do in 6 Feet Under just like a whole montage of all those deaths, and that'd be more interesting than just watching the show normal style, I think. But it's not bad. It's like sub Big Love HBO fare. Very prototypical. I would say it's maybe a 3-star show. It's all right. From my first impressions, anyway. I feel like the daughter, her stuff is not really that connected to the mortuary so far. That's a thought I have. Let's check out this finals thing. Hey, technical issues are over now. We're actually playing the thing. Yay!
Insurance company Holto as a proud sponsor.
Let's see it.
Digitally insured, virtually secure.
There's a receipt that came out of that gun.
Tricky surprises this season, including our new gadget, the vanishing bomb.
Okay, it's time to give our fans what they want. Let's get started.
Oh, I alt-tabbed, sorry. If there was an option to not mute while you're alt-tabbing or out of the thing, that'd probably be a good thing. I'm gonna just, you know what? While I have the official finals Discord open, I'm just gonna drop this into streaming now. Drop, why not? Hey, got it open. Trying out for first time. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's see. High self-survivability, low movement speed, demolitions and fortifications, average health and movement, healing, scanning, and providing support, or lightweight, low survivability, hit and run tactics, stealth and evasion. I like hit and run tactics. I like high mobility. But I do like some health as well. I feel like medium might be the best bet though. Something in the middle, and also like a good amount of healing ability maybe can help like sustain self, I assume? Question mark. Maybe the tutorial, it would be nice if the tutorial was before I picked a thing. I bet I can change that later. I bet I can change that later. Let's go, let's do it. I don't know if I'm gonna watch more 6 Feet Under. I could though. Always looking for shows to watch while hanging out with the folks. You know, it's easier to find like a. Well, that's a little loud. Hang on. Let me just let's just take sound effects volume down like a scotch. Still seems pretty loud, but I guess it is a gun. Let me just take this down to like a 65. What's that noise? It's just a vault. You should scramble to open it. Oh. Let me see. I'd like to have it so it's toggle run. Let me just go ahead. Find it. Okay, run. Is there run toggle? I see crouch. Hold toggle. I'm gonna make this left control to toggle. Yeah, I like to toggle that. Sprint. I would like that to be a toggle as well. Ignore. Let's go. I need more sensitivity as well. Let's see. 80. Need it higher than that. I think that'll do. I mean, it's as high as we can go, so. I'll say I've never prioritized like a gaming mouse as like a part of my thing. I just like a mouse that's comfortable to use and you know, has a middle click that's like reasonably pleasant. And this mouse has that. Also, it's kind of stylish, like look at it. But it is not a fancy mouse, so maybe it's not as quite as accurate as it could be. I don't necessarily mind. One thing I'm thinking about as far as like additional Stream Deck hotkeys that I could use would be something I can press to like increase the sensitivity. I think that'd be cool. I think I just heard a Windows noise.
Hello there, I'm June, one of the co-hosts of the show. I've heard a lot of buzz about you among the sponsors. They really think you can steal the show.
Yes.
Use the practice range to hone your skills so you can go into the arena and prove them right.
Let's just take... So I'm gonna take this down to like 55. I'll take this back up to like 75, let's say. It's going into the yellow when I shoot the gun, which is typically a sign that you need to like reel it in. You know, you want the game. Here's a little bit of behind the scenes stuff. You want the game to be in the green and your voice to be in the yellow, so that they're like you know, one is clearly higher than the rest. Okay, let's see here. We got a shotgun. We got another shotgun. I like a shotgun. Goo grenade, gas grenade. Ooh, there's some cool grenades. Jump pad, let's try that. That sounds fun. Turret. I like a turret. A little bit of torb. And, I kind of like the sound of an explosive mine. That sounds fun, to run around, leave a mine behind you. Covers like behind you, and then you know, You can do whatever. What is reserve? I'm gonna put in riot shield. I'm gonna put in tracking dart. I'm gonna say an AKM, and I'm gonna say a revolver. Recon senses. What are these? What are these? Is there a way to like see what they are? Explanation, you know, that sort of thing. I'm gonna go recon senses, whatever that are. Okay, so 2.
Hop on up.
Set up a thing. You want to go up here, use that. What is this? Ooh. That's a pretty cool mobility thing. You can jump in and vault and slide under. I appreciate when you slide, it seems to be... Seems to me that a slide is temporary. Even if you have it set to toggle duck, so that is smart. That is how I would want it to be done. I was a little concerned about... Oh, this is not a shotgun. Oh! The terrain deforms. I thought this was going to be a shotgun. You know what? This is pretty fun, though. Shotgun or not, this could be really effective. Okay, what about mine? How's that going to go?
Arming a mine. Mine's a mine.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. Someone tries to jump out that window, they would run right into the mine. How's the turret work?
Turret's tracking.
Who's shooting me? So is it like a short-range turret? Kind of weird. Set it up
Deploy
like in
APS.
range of the guy. Turret. Don't quite understand what the turret's deal is exactly.
Jump pad here.
You have to reload a lot with this, but... I say reload a lot, I guess more just like... Go into cover and just, you know... Use that time to... Reload all your things. It does take a full clip, looks like, to... Take someone down. Do headshots do more with grenades? Looks like the answer is yes. That took 3. Okay. Let's try out the mine against this this feller.
Setting a mine.
Eh? Gotta be really dead on, huh?
Explosive mine armed.
Eh? Maybe these guys just don't have they don't count. They're just dudes. You can blow up the mine. How does reserve work? Secondary fire, sprint, hold, toggle, specialization, reload, expression, next item, previous item, weapon, gadget 1, 2, 3, push to talk, social, pick up object. Okay. Feel like that tutorial could be a little more fleshed out, but alright. 3 contestants per team. Play a single match. Be the rush to be the first team to reach a cash total, or join competitive multi-round tournaments. Okay, there's some stuff. It's a modern game. There's a battle pass and all. Whatever. Kind of look like a modern version of a Vault Dweller. Is how I would describe this look. Modern Vault Dweller. Fashionable. It looks good. It's a good look. I like the red. I also like how the background is all weird and red and stuff. I customize my contestant. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I have to unlock all this shit, so I don't just start with grenades. I do have the goo grenade from the start. I also have the defibrillator. What's a solar grenade? Huh, that's interesting. Tracks other guys. Huh. Okay, well, I guess this is how we do for now. It's sort of, you know, build. I can unlock the other builds as I go by playing rounds. Okay. Sure. I'll take free stuff. Let's go. First game here. We'll do a quick play. I have no idea. You know what? Maybe we should do practice once. Well, it's only the practice range of the tutorial. We've been through the tutorial. It didn't tell us that much. Okay, let's just yeah, crossplay is fine. Let's just go. I got only a couple more cards here. Why don't I pull on while we're quick matching? I watched a half hour of the George Carlin documentary on HBO Max. I do think it was interesting to see his, like, you know, where he came from and, you know, older stand-up of his, but I don't think that that documentary is, like, that interesting. That old commentary aside, old stand-up aside of Carlin's, which is, you know, I gotta think while watching it, like, you know, it occurs to me that, like, the random video essays I've been watching on YouTube, just, like, randomly, by various dudes that are, like, you know, not on HBO, let's say, not on Max. Max, the one to watch for HBO. Old joke. Doesn't really. The video essays that are just made by people on the internet are probably like orders of magnitude better than the documentaries that you can just find being made by Netflix or Hulu or Max, with some exception. Like, I did think the Fire documentaries were really good, but no, I feel like I could be watching a better version of that if just seeing one that was just made by a regular dude on the internet. I feel like that might have been, that might be like a better, that might be better,
Now,
honestly.
The Kingfish, and finally, the powerhouses,
This is a three-way brawl.
and they are off.
All right, let's do it. Anyway,
In quick cash, it's all about the rush for riches. The team that gathers enough cash first will seal the win.
okay,
Scotty's hit the nail on the head. The big cash chase is on.
cool. This looks great, by the way, I'll say.
And there's our first elimination of the match. Scotty, this could get really chaotic.
That's fast.
Really fast.
Warm-up is definitely over.
Whoa, 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 how'd they get... Okay, I guess we're all running for the... I don't have a way down through this structure, do I? It's the vault. I can't get up
The
there.
Kingfish are trying to rule the waters, unlocking Vault 1.
Can I climb this? Jump pad. Oh, there's a hole.
The Kingfish will need to try again. Team wiped.
Nice. Oh. Guess that wasn't ours. I should be more careful.
Kingfish are back on the scene.
Anyway, I come out of that thinking, Ace Bomber guy really should be winning like some sort of documentary of the year award for his various videos what he does. Like that plagiarism video. Definitely better than a lot of like regular ass documentaries I've seen out there. Alright. Seem to be doing well. Is it weird to say, as a first thought here,
Moment for the powerhouse.
I'm not really a big fan
Couldn't
of
keep the roof from caving in on their game plan.
like right click, left click as far as like aiming down scopes go. I like guns and games where that's not really required. Like one thing I really like about Overwatch, for instance, is that you just shoot from the hip and it's good. With the exception of like a few characters where it makes sense. And it's like compelling to do. I mean, I can just get go for the grenade launcher and just have fun with that once I unlock it, so, you know, it's not a big deal, but I'm just saying.
Jump pad deployed.
My preference. Oh, can I get to the top of this building?
Danger and cash out A.
Yes, I can, okay. You really have to adjust for aim and stuff, don't you? Okay, so that's how a grapple hook works.
Our contestants will have bigger fish to fry now. The Kingfish have started our first cash out.
The Kingfish are looking to reclaim their throne with a comeback.
Here we are.
Throwing some goo! Goo grenade out!
There were a lot of guys shooting me.
Team wiped.
We're the powerhouses, yeah?
The powerhouses just made their return to the arena.
It's interesting how this is like a free-for-all, and it's based around just like securing this dynamic objective. Like, you know, I'll say this has some interesting stuff that it's playing with. It's not just, you know,
The Kingfish are one elimination
another
away from the team wipe.
battle royale. You know, it's not a battle royale, it's the other thing.
That's a blow to the mighty. Team wiped.
And with that, they've gone from will to may to might. And that's a grammar joke, Scotty. The mighty are making an overwhelming comeback.
Oh, look at that steal by the powerhouses.
They just upped the ante.
Throwing things up.
The mighty are back in action.
Oh, jeez. You think that the goo would be good for, like, you know, ooh, God. Sealing off, like, a escape route, but it seems like there's so many, like, you know, these maps are so porous. You'd really have a hard time sealing off, like, all the windows and all the openings.
Team wiped. What a way to open the match. The powerhouses land the first cash.
We got wiped, but we landed the cash. That's about as good a result as you can get.
The powerhouses just respawned at full strength.
That's right, that is what happened.
At the finals, our contestants need to be prepared for anything. Let's see which team is best equipped to deal with our upcoming
That's
event.
the name of the game.
The arena is becoming a physicist's dream.
It's not that low.
Rules of gravity are being tossed aside.
I've seen lower. We were just playing Overwatch 2 earlier. That has much lower low gravity.
Time to bounce.
The mighty are unlocking Vault 2. Enemy spotted. A reminder that our contestants will not experience any muscle atrophy.
Yeah,
or
that'd have to be
skeletal
longer.
deterioration during our low gravity event. It's all fun and games in the arena.
Press start. That's not a thing. Oh. Base respawn. Okay, cool.
If wishes were fishes, there'd be more kingfish in the arena. Only one contestant left for them.
Okay.
Watch out, up there.
There's the thing. Walk in that direction. Oh, hey. Not sure what that statue was.
The mighty have started a cash out.
Whoa. Guess you really have to start shooting them, like, as you're coming in, rather than, like, trying to scurry for cover, you know, for first. Whoa, that's cool. I feel like we should go for a heavier build.
The end of this game show event. What a spectacle!
Alas, the powerhouses have been wiped out.
I want to try the higher things. Hey, let's do this round. Let's do this.
The powerhouses have respawned. Let's see how they bounce back.
I guess that's not a joke. I was bouncing at the time. That's more of a coincidence.
As usual, lots of action and destruction awaits as we enter the second half of the match.
Our sponsors must be thrilled with the performance so far. I'm sure they're eager to see what the second half brings.
Let me see something
The
right
world is
fast.
watching as the Kingfish's remaining contestant has a chance to shine here. The
Aim
powerhouse
down
made an
sight.
awesome steal there.
Make that a toggle. I like it better as a toggle. I don't like having to, like, hold down a button and also hit I don't like hitting both buttons at once.
All out of time. Unbelievable
Unless they're, like, both
determination
actively
from
firing, I guess. That feels a lot better to
For
me.
now, and even though the
I like
battle was
toggles.
virtual, our contestants' newfound fame is real.
We won? Okay, we won. That's cool. I want to try out that that heavier build. If you can literally just like blow through walls, that's pretty cool. Try that heavy build. Yeah. Okay. Charge and slam. That's pretty good. All those things seem pretty good to me. And they all have their own weapons. Ooh, I kind of like the idea of having the sledgehammer be the main. Yeah, let's go with the fire. I like the sound of fire. You just start with a rocket launcher as like your thing? Man, that's good. Yeah. That seems good. This seems like the way. I'm gonna go with the melee approach. The hell. Bank it. Like cash out. Let's see, combat speed and a mix of greed. Sure, okay. Don't know what quite that entails, but let's find out. And I am going in with a melee specialization, I guess. Insofar as I'm going with my hammer as like the main weapon, but I'll have a rocket launcher. Let's go, let's do it. Ugh. Oh, let's do it. Let's go. Here's a card. Looking back on last year, what is now officially last year, I thought it was a pretty good year. Got, left my job, my last job, like, in September, which was a very good thing. I really enjoyed, having a little bit of a break from that, and I'm really optimistic now looking to the new job that I have now secured. Just good times ahead. It was really nice to have a break from things. It was really nice to just, get some time to travel. Did some really good travel that last year.
The live wires. And finally, the jet setters.
And of course, played many great games, watched many great anime. Really, nothing to complain about for last year. It was a lovely, lovely year.
Contestants will be grabbing coins from vaults, but if they're eliminated
full
while carrying
of
them,
good
the
stuff.
coins will scatter for anyone else to take.
You just go through any wall. If you hit it for long enough, yeah.
And with that encounter, we've got our first elimination.
I hope we get to see more of that.
Yeah, that's fun. Oops, 2 days. That guy has a dash. I want a dash. I guess that's like your lightweight mobility options that you get, huh? That's probably the lightweight mobility options that you get. You can carry around the respawn thing and respawn someone where it makes sense. That's cool. Okay. It is a little hard to close the distance, but This seems to be working. As a bigger dude. You have like a big slam on the right mouse button. That's cool. What is 3 again? Oh, right, rocket launcher. I got a rocket launcher. Let's have this be the default.
A contestant from the Boundless is a walking gold mine. It's either bank or bust for them now.
Right, I need to deposit.
An eliminated contestant just dropped a mountain of coins.
What's wrong with that room? Oh, it's got a turret in it. Let's go deposit then.
And there is another vault available for our cash-hungry teams.
Rock it out!
A contestant has been taken down, spilling a wealth of coins.
Confused by this whole thing. Okay, well, we're deposited. I guess it's not a turret room or something. Oh, there is a turret. Oh, maybe I dropped the turret into a bottom room by, like, blowing it up. Blowing up where it was.
Heads up, viewers. The Boundless have a teammate who is loaded with coins. Talk about being in the spotlight.
I can also set down a barricade if I want. And I have the fire grenade. We see guys and they're too far away, we'll set them on fire.
A shiny new vault just spawned, June. Let's see who gets to it first.
Using pyro grenade!
Where'd he go? Guy over there.
Incredible, the coin counters are working overtime after that colossal deposit.
Dang it.
There's a deposit. Every trickle of coins pushes the Boundless forward.
How we doing?
There's a new vault to fight for in the arena.
No, we're doing okay. We're second.
Hold on, folks. A contestant from the Mighty is a walking gold mine. It's either bank or bust for them now.
One team is like way ahead, but we're in second. We're the only ones who have deposited. I said that weird on purpose. I should take out my assault rifle, my rocket launcher in cases like that, and fire off a thing. Oh, that's cool. There's some cool stuff in this game. We gotta get us some cool stuff. This is probably the assault thing. If the assault thing is just like zip lining around and like shotgunning people from close range, that kind of makes up for like the weakness of it, I guess. A little bit. I should use the Q.
Spare change in a big game. The jet setters made a deposit. Money may not grow on trees, but a new vault just appeared in the arena.
Run towards the thing.
Using pyro grenade!
Guy's too fast.
Slow and steady from the jet setters. Nice deposit.
It's rocket time!
Okay.
Ah, I love the smell of a fresh vault in the arena.
Okay, there's a new event coming up in the round for our contestants.
I was hoping that guy would follow me.
Our contestants better not get caught lazing around. It's time for them to move those virtual feet or face the consequences, thanks to a laser high above. Risky business. A contestant from the Jet Setters is carrying quite a tidy sum. If they don't
Dang.
bank soon, they'll be a too tempting target.
All dear. I think I had a very good time. Lots of great trips. Lots of great trips. That's probably the thing I think about most. And also the months where, you know, I was looking for work and that was a
Someone from
whole
the
thing,
Livewires
but
is loaded, but remember, in
Oh.
bank it, heavy pockets can quickly become
I'm
empty
happy to
lots.
have finally a year where I'm no longer at the job I was at
Goodness,
forever.
a contestant full
For
of
the last
coins
10
has just been
years.
shown the door.
It was high time for a change, and
Our orbital lasers event is still active,
I'm
so
happy
our
it's,
contestants need to
you
keep
know,
moving to
it's
avoid
come and
going
gone,
out
and
like a
hopefully
light.
from here on out, things will be good on that front. And, you know, we'll see. I'm feeling pretty damn positive about
The second
things
half of
going
this match is
forward. I feel
underway.
like,
I bet there's a highlight reel play on the horizon, June.
you know, this last year was what I needed. And I want this next year to be more of what I want.
I love this part
Looking
of our
forward
show.
to it.
Who will get to the new vault first?
That's right. That is what the card says. And it's true. I'm really looking forward to a nice...
Contestant with a lot of coins just became a lot less liquid. They've been eliminated.
Risky business.
Whoa!
The Mighty is carrying quite a tidy sum. If they don't bank soon, they'll be a too tempting target.
Yikes, 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 yikes.
Those coins are stacking up. Great deposit from the live wires.
Well, we got our coins over
Contestants
to
better
our
not leave
buddy.
that unattended for too long.
So that's good. We got our coins over to our buddy. I am happy to have done that.
We've reached the end of this game show event.
Good. Let's see.
The mighty are
Really
wrapping up.
optimistic.
A
I don't know
few
what
minutes at a time.
games, movies, or even anime are coming out next year. I kind of like, as far as anime goes, to be surprised. And as far as games, I've really not heard anything. Really not have heard much of anything other than, say, you know, 1,000 Year Door is coming out. I know that much. And maybe like a handful of other things, but I'm ready to be surprised. I'm ready to see what happens, and I'm excited. And again, as far as like regular life stuff, I think it's gonna be a good year. You know, I'm gonna get I'm gonna move again at some point.
The ultimate omen of mayhem here at the finals.
Whoa! There's a guy right behind me.
Our teams is about to clinch this match.
That was the time to use the hammer.
Game changer or a game ender.
I should have used the hammer. I'm surprised the rocket launcher didn't just take him right out.
Someone from the Jet Setters is loaded. But
Guess it's
remember,
not that
if
strong.
bank it, heavy pockets can
If
quickly
you're like
become
a
empty ones.
tanky boy,
A contestant
like
is
me.
down and just lost tons of coins.
Anyway, looking forward to moving, looking forward to the new job, looking forward to
Oh look, a
You
new
know.
vault is ready to be opened.
a lot of cool things. I would like to travel to Japan this year. I would like to do that trip maybe like fall or something. What? We won? Hell yeah, we won.
Setters soared above the competition, banking their way to business class victory.
Ah,
Sponsors, thanks for tuning in.
eat my asshole. Feel like the volume is still too loud, isn't it? I definitely want to do a trip at some point. We unlock the lightweight. Sure, let's look at what you got. We should try out the light. We should try out the lightweight. Ugh. When do you get it? Oh, you gotta use your credits? Yeah, sure. Let's unlock the shotgun. I want to use the shotgun in particular if I'm gonna play this this class. Okay, let's see. Sadly, doesn't start with any like. Oh wait, yeah, no, that's specialization. About to say I don't see the mobility, but it's there. You just have to find it. Don't know I want a smoke grenade. Let's go with the goo grenade. Pyro grenade? I'm not really a flashbang guy either. I like the breach charge and let's see. Oh, the dash. There's a dash as well. Okay, so that's all options you gotta unlock. Let's play one of these and we'll do another quick cache here. That sounds good. Ooh. A lot of big ideas for this year. And also, I do believe that we'll be seeing the Nintendo Switch 2 sometime this year. I believe that. I'm excited about that. And also, like, hey, another thing that's going to be great about this year, brand new PC, no more anxieties about that. And goddamn, it's quiet. We've been playing this pretty beautiful game. It's water cooled. Let me just do something real fast.
Here we go. The shock and awe. The steamrollers. And finally, the overdogs. The arena has loaded. Buckle
It's quiet. It's very quiet right now. Like, Jesus Christ, it is
The rules hardly need
damn near
explanation in quick
silent.
dash, but here it goes. Bag the targeted total first to win.
And
Arena
you
looks
know,
like a scene from a holiday card, but make no mistake. Some of our contestants plan to play ice cold.
For once, our arena hasn't been shaken or stirred. It's a straight-up playing field for this round.
yeah.
The steamrollers are pouring.
I gotta
into
say,
volume.
I'm pretty pleased. Like, playing this game, looking at this thing, it is not stressed at all. It's barely making any noise. Oh, I am delighted by the sound quality, the silence of it. Now, it does of course have fans. It turns out that water cooling does not mean you don't have fans. It just means that the heat is moved around before it is blown out of the case through a, you know, through like a whole separate thing that's separate from the CPU, which is cool. It's a cool way to do it, but
The
it
steamrollers are looking to
means
make
there
a name
are
for
still fans,
themselves.
there are still
First
airflow
cash out
to worry
started.
about, but this PC case, it has fantastic airflow, and
Buckle up, everyone. Our first elimination is really sending a message. This match is on.
This is what it's all about, partner.
where'd the guy go?
It's the steamrollers out in front. Uh-oh, only one contestant left for the shock and awe. Complete team wipe for the overdogs.
I'm really happy with this PC, man. Like, it's a beautiful thing. It's handling like a
Overdogs
dream,
are
and
respawning and are ready to show us a new trick.
man, it is just like addressing all the like worries I've had about the last PC. Like, it's not gonna be noisy. Now I don't have to worry about the PC making noise. Instead, now it's the AC, the air conditioning, that's gonna be like making the lion's share of noise while I'm like doing stuff. And that's just, you know, regular, it's just regular. You know, it's always doing that. It's just not a big deal. Ooh, hey. Reach.
Explosives deployed.
Oh, wait, how do I arm it?
The team wipe
I think
mishap
I
for the overdogs.
blew it up, but that didn't help. I feel like this might be the first one. Is it a Hey Rock Party? Is it a ZXT? Happy New Year, by the way.
Hello.
Here are the specs you can see right there. Whoops, 1 second, let me fix that. I was doing some stuff. I was just like sizing up that whole thing. Let me just get this whole thing a little bit smaller. There you go. There's what it is. It is a it is a let me see, where's the video card? It is a 4070 Asus. But an i7. I don't know what a ZXT is, what part that would be. It is an Intel CPU, so.
Steamrollers are putting the squeeze on Vault 2.
Well, there's your context there. Let's get that down. I got it in a North case, the North fractal case. It's lovely. It is beautiful. And it is handling, you know, games on max settings while streaming without batting an eye. Eventually, if I wanted to go up to a 4K display, it'd probably be good at that as well. This shotgun is not like perhaps performing to my expectations.
Team wiped.
Scotty, I bet there'll be some bowed heads.
Maybe
and
I'm not
tails on
performing
that
to my
team.
The
expectations.
Steamrollers have started a cash out.
I'm really pleased. And I look forward to like being able to do things like, okay, so let's say Metroid Dread Randomizer. I could do that now. I don't have to think like, will it run good? Will it be weird? Will it be all stuttery and not running great? I had stress even just doing like a GameCube randomizer, and it only barely ran at acceptable performance when I did that stream of it. And now if I ever do that again, like, it's gonna run good. It's gonna run real damn good. Where are we going? This way. Go upstairs.
Fine arm. Gas up front.
I missed both shots. I missed both shots again. That was still pretty fun, though. Running around and, you know, giving him the slip. That much
We
is
have
fun.
an event coming up in the arena, and our contestants will probably need to approach things a bit
Is
differently.
there melee in this game? Like, I just,
Toxic gas.
click the...
In here.
The
Let's
overdose.
reach
Oh, that's
it.
just a command. Okay. I was wondering if, like, clicking the middle mouse button would be a, just like a basic melee, like Overwatch or something. I don't play that many games on PC as far as shooters go, so Overwatch is kind of my, main, like, point of reference as far as PC shooters go.
Fantastic performance from all involved.
I don't know I like the fast one as much.
Today, our contestants sure gave us a great show. We'll see you next time on the finals.
Can we do a tournament? Play 3 rounds to unlock this tournament. Okay, so I'd have to do like 3 more whole rounds. How long we been going on this? Around an hour, maybe a little less for the technical issues. Let's do one more match here, and maybe then we'll bounce around to some other games. I'd like to try Valiant. Let's do that as like another game, and then we'll bounce around to a few random other PC games that I like. I considered having Psychonauts 2 downloaded because that is a game that I love from recent years, but that'd just be like playing through the first level, which is fine, but it's just the first level, you know. I don't really feel like... I don't feel like replaying Psychonauts 2. I got a perfectly good experience of that on the Xbox, you know. I don't need to replay it just because I do have a copy of it on PC somehow. Oh, right, it was kickstarted, and it was also on Game Pass, so I just used the copy for PC or something like that, I believe it was. I can't remember the specifics. Maybe at the level I got 2 codes and one went to a console and the other one to... Oh god, I needed to switch.
The steamrollers, and finally, the jet setters.
I wanted to switch to the other, to the heavy.
Unleash our contestants.
You know what? Let's
Welcome to Bankit.
we
Expect
change,
to see
like,
vaults cracking open and downed opponents scattering their coins for others to
just
pick up
see
and deposit.
settings real fast if there's like an option to
I hope
change
our
loadout or
contestants are
something.
cold because the arena's a regular snowscape.
Vault 1.
Let's see who melts under pressure.
Jay.
Welcome to an untouched arena, everyone. Like a
You probably have to die, and you
before the
probably...
top rolls in.
That's what the reserve is
Let the
for, isn't it?
competition commence.
There it is, our first elimination of the match.
That's right, June.
That was me.
I'm so excited
I died.
right now, I didn't even hear what you said.
Yeah, I cannot change types. I can only change from reserve from like one thing to the next. Okay. Good to know.
Oh, a new vault. This is going to get very interesting very fast.
I will say of that old PC again.
Coins banked by the steamrollers.
I will say of that old PC, I wouldn't mind putting it to use for like a, you know, as just like a PC to stick in a room that if ever I had like multiple rooms that to furnish with PCs. Ooh, hey, we're doing good. If I had multiple rooms to furnish with PCs, I think it'd be great to have like oh, what the hell, I can't see. Sick! Eat shit, you got nothing. It's all deposited.
In there.
That's kind of fun. This game's fun. I don't know, it's quite like up my alley exactly, but this is some goofy fun. With the right loadout, I feel like this would be great. Why don't you stream from it? It's kind of dying, I'll say. The old PC. Like it's had
Particularly rich in coins right now. To bank or not to bank, that's the question.
let me just I just remembered. Let me just like adjust the volume a little bit. So I'll just take it down a couple decimals. Okay. Remember to do that. The reason I don't want to stream from it, and the reason why it's like
Ordered another vault.
it's kind of falling apart right now. Like in this last week especially, the power supply started like acting up, and also like one of the case fans literally fell out like the other day. It was kind of absurd. Rock Party. Not to say that those can't be fixed. Like absolutely, I can get like a inexpensive power supply for that. I can get like a you know, a couple new case fans and replace them all, and that would be absolutely fine. It's just that well, this seems to be working beautifully, and I don't have to have 2 PCs in my room, in my living room, or worry about like, okay, how are we connecting these to the monitors? How am I switching back and forth between one PC and the other? I feel like I already have enough micromanagement switching from like on the TV, like switching from like consoles to just being a just being the PC, you know, just being a PC output, and that's already a bit to keep track of. Not to say that it couldn't be done, just it's not I'm not really interested in it, you know.
Got a deposit in the books from the top shelf.
The thing is, also, this PC had the old PC had some performance issues with OBS as well, Like, most notably, I have, like, a alert for subscriptions that causes, like, a bunch of rockets to fly through the screen, like, up to 100. And it turns out... Dang it. It turns out that, that caused, like, 101 different actions to go off at once, which caused them to kind of chug a little bit. And, I tested it out with this new PC. No issue whatsoever. Just flawless. Just no lag. Just instant. Looks beautiful. It's a relief to see that it just works on this. So, you know, even if I did, like, set up the old PC again, I wouldn't use it for streaming, because this is just so much better at streaming than that one, in addition to being better at games as well. Like, I think the future of that one is just like, okay, if ever I get a house, which I'll say with my new job seems like a very possible thing. You know, my new job, it's, I got a pretty good salary, you know? And also bonuses, possibly. You know, end of year.
A tidy sum. If they don't bank soon, they'll be a too tempting target.
Like, I reckon I will get a house soon enough, and, you know, next few years or so, let's say. And once I do, I'd guess next time I moved, it would be to a house. After moving out of here, because I'm not really as in love with this apartment. I reckon I would get a house, and then once I got a house, I'd probably want to have, like, I don't know, multiple rooms and shit, right? Once you have multiple rooms, then you need to connect something to, like, the living room TV. And I think the old PC would be a good thing. I guess I could also get a Roku, that's fine. I like just using a PC, though. There's no limit to what you can put on a TV from a PC, you know? It's just a little more cumbersome to navigate as far as, like, the interface goes. Is that true? Or are there, like, you know, TV modes for PCs that people set up and just have it be, like, you know, navigated with a remote or something? I know there's big picture mode on Steam. I've never used that. I just use my mouse. And, you know, I just use my mouse from the couch, and that's fine. I have a couch mouse. And, once I have a house, I'm sure there'll be that situation. Probably wouldn't be bad either as, like, a, say, work PC, let's say. If I, like, had a separate office from my, streaming room, you know? Which I think would be, like, very, healthy from a mental health standpoint. You use your PC with your TV only? Hell, that's cool, dude. I like having a PC monitor for, like, work purposes, and, like, you know, there's so many things that are just easier to do at a desk with a proper keyboard and such. But for any, like, media consumption, like, yeah, absolutely, I'm pulling up the thing and I'm going over to the couch and reclining. That is a good way to live, you know? We're in second. Good, good looking out.
Heads up, viewers. The jet setters have a teammate who is loaded with coins. Talk about being in the spotlight.
Whew. Dang it. This game is pretty fun. I'll also say my new job has, like, a stipend. So, they basically are giving me, like, $1,000 to, like, invest in a PC. You know, for, to use for work purposes. And, I already bought all this shit, so it's a little late for that, but I was thinking I could go with a laptop for, like, travel, like a new laptop, so I'm definitely gonna look to pick up, like, a new laptop, some point next year. I don't know if I'll be speccing that out for, like, I say speccing that out as if you specifically spec out a laptop.
Rich in coins right now. to bank or...
I'm not sure if I'm gonna be looking for like a streaming capable laptop, but you know, why not, I guess. You know, like I said, I'd like to go to Japan, and if it were possible to stream like a little bit from Japan, I think that'd be fun. What would I need to bring to Japan to stream from Japan?
Money may not grow on trees, but a new vault.
Well, I'm definitely bringing my Switch and my dock, so that is simple enough. Capture card, that's small. Laptop has the equipment for that. The microphone is perhaps the one thing that is, like, massive and I wouldn't necessarily usually bring on a trip like that. Like the Blue Yeti. I could bring my smaller thing, though. Maybe I could buy, like, a little clip-on microphone that's, like, high quality, you know? How much are those? Little clip-on microphone wouldn't be a bad, option for that and would be very, travelable. I say all this not knowing, like, how the hell, the reception and the, how that would be, like, streaming from a Wi-Fi egg or from hotel internet. That's probably not going to be, like, feasible, is it? That sounds like a thing that's not gonna really fly, but I could see, like, after a long day of, you know, traveling, sitting down doing, like, a short stream while in Japan. Like once, let's say. Maybe twice. Over, like, say, a 2-week span. I'm not necessarily saying, like, oh, definitely gonna be like, oh, creating content, but just more like, nah. See, the thing is, when traveling, I definitely need a break to get off my feet, you know? I definitely cannot walk, like, all day, every day for 2 weeks. I need to go back to the hotel and just chill out for a couple hours before, like, going back out again. And, like, one such break would probably be pretty good to, like, slip in a medium short stream into, if that were conceivable. Like, I could see that fitting into an itinerary, like, yeah, short stream. It'd be during Japan hours, so, you know, not exactly at the regular time, but I don't know, it would be fun. What'd be the best time for that? Like, Japan time is about probably, like, I would say, like, the cadence of, like, a travel day in Japan on my last trip was something like, okay, go out something in the morning, lunch, return to the hotel in the afternoon for, like, an hour or two, and then head out for a whole span until, like, dinner, and then, like, some sort of nighttime activities, and then return, relax a bit. It'd probably be like a nighttime thing, like a late night before sleeping, and probably like for like maybe an hour or two if I'm thinking about it like that. Otherwise, it'd be like you know, around the afternoon, which would be fucking middle of the night in America, so I don't know. Item mastery is used through item use only. Cool. I was gonna play just one more, but we did end up playing the wrong class. But I guess it was good because that worked out a lot better that second time with the lightweight fucker. Did you do any Game of the Year stuff? Not yet. I'm saving that for next Friday. Next Friday, I'm gonna do like a little bit of an award stream. You know how I do the cards? I should say, like, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a card that says, like, award for most disappointing, and then I'm going to pull another card that has, like, the winner on it. Like, my personal winner for most disappointing, and a runner-up. And I think that'll be a fun way to format, like, that sort of thing that sort of fits into my silly card thing that I do. Which, by the way, hey, New Year's resolution right now. My New Year's resolution is that Donkey Kong Country, some new Donkey Kong product will come out on the Nintendo Switch 2 this year. That's my New Year's resolution. It will be in 4K. That is what that is my resolution. And I'm gonna try to stick to it. Give me the heavy, thank you.
Now, the tough shells, the overdogs, and finally,
So expect that, as well as the top 10 list. To be revealed next stream. I will also reveal my top 10 anime of the year. I've pretty much decided on the whole list by now. I'm just waiting for next Friday to show that all off. And I'll also do top 5 movies of the year, whatever. I don't watch a lot of movies, so it won't be a very, like, I feel like I watched maybe 6 movies that could have made the list. So it's not like the longest list, but, ooh, what the hell is that?
The teams are getting to know each other out there. And by that I mean, we have our first elimination.
peacetime is over, folks.
I will say this.
We'll need to reboot.
I did do some goatee prep on the channel.
Now.
I did do some goatee streams where I revisited like 20 of my top of the games from this year across 2 streams. That went a lot longer than I was expecting. Those were one 10-hour stream and one 12-hour stream, just to play a good chunk of 20 games. Some longer than others. But it was very helpful in putting together my list, I'll say. And I was also able to order, like, the second, you know, the ranks 11 through 20
Oh, no.
later on.
Have lost all but one
Which,
contestant.
is neat.
Have started our
That's a
first
neat thing to
cash
have
cracks in that
in
strategy.
the pocket. To look at that and go like, oh yeah, that's number 11, that's number 12. You know what? That feels right. Did anything happen at Reichert's Market with Game of the Year? Nah. Nothing happened.
Splash are back and ready to avenge that team wipe.
I'll say, you know, I was not in the place to organize it anyhow this year, what with being out of town for the first week of December, and, you know, there was no interest from the powers that be in letting it be just, like, unrestrained, or just, like, a hangout session with, people talking over each other or whatever. I don't know. Go figure. I'll say I appreciated the extra time and not having to have to rush for my Game of the Year decisions this year, you know. I think on a certain level, like, a lot of that, like, hangout stuff that we did in Reichert's Market, like, in the early days, was very, like, you know, early pandemic, you know? Like, everyone was at home, everyone was not getting out that much. There were a lot of people up to hang out, like, you know, a good amount of the time on a regular basis, and that's just not how things are right now, you know? That Game of the Year stuff was really an outcropping of the hangout sessions that were already happening, and since those are gone, and, you know, for what it seems, never coming back, you know, it's fine. Honestly, I'm glad that it didn't, like, get reborn as, like, a thing where everyone just votes and it's all just math that determines the list. I don't really like Game of the Years that are determined by math.
Will need to reboot.
Or just, like, or a poll that aggregates to a full list. You know, I definitely feel like there needs to be some human process in a Game of the Year process, you know? Some sort of debate rather than just like, oh, a lot of people played
Return to the arena.
X game, so yeah, it's by mathematically, it's gonna be pretty high on the list. You know?
The overdogs are worming their way
Like, I like to see the argument lead to that rather than just sheer numbers. And I like in a process if, like, a obscure game can make a list because someone makes a really impassioned argument and the people who don't play it go, God damn, okay, yeah, you know, you're right. Okay, that's going on the list. For me, I think that'd be a space for the Unbound this year. Like, I really love a space for the Unbound. That'll be pretty high on my personal list, which again, expect to see it next Friday.
Splash.
Feel like we're not doing very well. We have $0 in the bank. Maybe running around hammering people is not as good a strategy as it might seem.
That's a blow to the tough shells. Team wiped.
Somebody just softened them up, Scotty.
Oh, you know what? I just realized, shit. Let me move myself. I'm covering
the
up,
tough shells just made their return to the arena.
I'm covering up the scoreboard. That's pretty important. My bad. My bad. Just realizing this. Game of the Year is an exciting time. But I do think it is very stressful to, like, you know, think about the list so heavily, like, do a bunch of prep. I know, personally, like, I don't have to do all that much prep to really consider a list, you know? But I like to. I like to think long and hard, and I like to deliberate and put together a list I feel proud of, you know?
Hey. Don't need to start licking their wounds just yet. They still have one teammate left out there.
You know, I was definitely at a certain point thinking, like, you know, it's like in Sopranos where Dr. Melfi says, ah, yes, the holiday season. We put so much pressure on ourselves this time of year. And, you know, we nod and say, like, oh, yes, you know, Game of the Year, it's such a stressful time. That's not what Dr. Melfi was talking about. She was talking about, you know, Christmas and other such holidays, but Game of the Year can be stressful too. Whoa. Was that a melee attack? Is there a melee attack? Let me look at the mouse and keyboard. Melee, melee. Quick melee! There is a quick melee. I'm gonna make that, I'm gonna make that, middle click.
To resurface and reassess.
I like it on middle click. It's on my right, my right, I guess probably the middle click mapping that I have in Overwatch is also a customization, isn't it? It's just been so long I don't think about it that much as being a not stock behavior. I like a middle click melee. It's a good place for a melee. I guess if you have a mouse button, it's also a good place for it. I like melee on the right hand. To me, that makes sense.
Cash out in progress, thanks to the tough shells.
Let's go down here. Whoa. What happened there? That got all screwy. Adjust some of my windows here so I can see the preview monitor. See myself on the preview monitor, make sure everything's good. I say the preview monitor. When I'm at the desk, it's not the preview monitor. It's just the second monitor, which is a, you know, a different thing.
The big splash are back in play.
It's a normal thing, you know. I'm at the couch, like, yeah, preview monitor. Pretty unusual to have a second monitor next to the TV, but it's pretty essential for the purposes of streaming. What is going on here?
The big splash just missed a
Fuck you!
Cash out. Good steal.
Remember, that's illegal in many jurisdictions, but not here.
Got him.
The tough shells will need to try again. Team wiped.
Attack! Out there! Arming a mine!
The tough shells have patched up the cracks in their armor.
All
and are
right.
back in business.
So do I have money? How does this work? Who keeps gassing up this cash out? Weird thing to do. Hey, I'm back.
Cash out secured by the big splash.
I like those Santa hats. These guys look like greasy weirdos. Which is a good look,
The big splash
I
are
think.
experiencing some tough times.
Greasy-
One contestant left.
Santa weirdos.
Oh, look.
I don't have a Santa hat, do I? Probably have to unlock it. If I had played this game before tonight, maybe I could have done.
The overdose
Probably was
are
like a
over.
holiday battle pass thing. I'll say for battle passes, I don't truck with a lot of them. Mostly because I don't play that many games like on a regular basis. The only one that I play like really regularly is Marvel Snap, which I talked about earlier on account of, you know, it had a good year. Good year for Marvel Snap. I still play that every day. Still goddamn good. Did 115 to Donut, and then nothing. We are tied for first, so
Gas mine time! Gas
that's
mine
pretty cool.
deployed.
Where are we going? I'm not
The tough
sure where we're
shells have a
going
cash
yet.
out in the works.
Oh. Let's go there then.
The tough shells currently have the upper hand on the leaderboard.
Let's go shut that down.
Keep me away!
I blew up their thing. At the very least, I think I might have dropped their business. What is that? Guy's carrying a thing like Half-Life 2. What's up with that? Probably an item you get.
Virtual catastrophe for the big splash. Team wiped.
All right, let's go.
Pouring cold water on the big splash didn't scare them off. Team respawned.
Do it. Got my my rocket launcher.
RPG en route!
Dang it, missed. What's this again? Oh, it's a
Throwing pyro grenade!
pyro grenade.
Safe zone!
Maybe you should really wait, and like actually clear off the point before you try to steal, but worth a shot, I don't know. That's cool with even regular weapons.
Match we just witnessed.
You can expect to like maybe blow a hole in the floor
One team
and
of
do a thing.
contestants becomes a group of rising stars. Thanks again to our sponsors viewers at home.
Well, that was a lot of the finals. Game seems pretty cool. It's not quite up my alley insofar as like a lot of the weapons are like not really my jam, but there's weapons that are cool in this that seem like that I would like to play around with more. Like I do like the sledgehammer. I would like to play with a grenade launcher. Let me see. Do I have enough to get the grenade launcher? If I do, we'll do one more, but with the grenade launcher. Yeah, okay. We have enough. Yes, let's do one more, but with the grenade launcher. And then, you know what? That'll unlock the tournament mode, which could be interesting to just see. Yeah, let me just go back. Contestants. Edit. Give me a grenade launcher. Give me, we'll put the deliberator there. I like the jump pad. And everyone's using the gas grenade. Must be strong, the gas grenade. That would be my supposition. Okay, what do we want to do? We just need to do one more round to unlock tournament. We'll do one more of the banquets. One more banquet. Let's go. Ooh. Definitely going late on this. We're already like 2 hours in to the new year almost. So the whole of the continental United States will be in the new year before too long. I'd like to go a little farther and play maybe a handful of other games just for, like, you know, putting the PC through its paces sake. I'm thinking let's not do Valorant because that is a game I've never played before. And I feel like one of those is enough for a night. You beat Alan Wake 2 today? That's great. I think that game has a lot of cool storytelling. I've already like shown on like the Discord. I posted like my 11 through 20 ranks. That is for me the number 11 game of the year. You're trying to finish Jedi Survivor? Oh, I fell off Jedi Survivor hard. Didn't even make my my top 20, which you know, I'll say most of the games I really liked did, except for maybe Mortal Kombat 1, which is just okay. You know, I thought the story was fun. But I don't think it measured up to, I don't think I liked the gameplay enough to really, like, put it on a list. You know, I'll say that. And it's also just the fourth one of those, and it's pretty, you know, what can you do? They haven't changed that much. It's just, it's like a new season of a Netflix show, where you watch and you go like, okay, yeah, no, it's a good season. It was a very good season, yeah. But it's a little bit disposable in a way, you know. Kind of a shame.
Here we go! The high notes, the retros, the tough shells, and finally, the jet setters.
Yeah.
Watch closely, folks. They're ready.
As far as new games, I've mostly just been playing Pikmin 3 or Pikmin 4, replaying it.
Will collect coins from
just for fun, you know.
Snagging them from downed opponents and then make their way to an ABM.
Not necessarily to get anything new out of it, just, you know, it's a sublime game.
Our contestants get cold feet.
Looks like our arena has loaded without mishap this time. I bet our contestants will want to leave an
Yikes.
impression, though.
We've just witnessed the first elimination of this match. I'm sure there's more where that came
As I run around, I realize that there's a lot of guys in midair, and the grenade launcher is maybe not going to be great in midair. Worth considering. I might have made a mistake here, as far as priorities. Or as far as, like, how to evaluate these weapons. We'll see. I bet I can make it work. Grenades are cool.
Oh, a new vault. This is going to get very interesting very fast.
And of course, like, as far as, like, breaking down walls, grenades are, good at that. Also creates a little smoke cover. Ooh!
Just secured some pocket
That was a
change.
close one. Also, if they're, like, grappling up a building, the side of the building will make the grenade work. It's a good feeling grenade. It doesn't bounce off walls. Yeah. No, this is a good gun. It is a balanced gun, though. So it's not like, ooh, hello. Overpowered or nothing. I've installed a number of games. I'll say one of them.
There's a new vault to fight for in the arena.
Bloodstained. I really enjoyed Bloodstained back in the day, but I played it on the Switch, which was not a good version. And I did have a PC copy, but I always thought, like, I kind of don't trust my PC to run it, my old PC, better than the Nintendo Switch, so I just went with the console version. Now that my PC is, like, dramatically overpowered for Bloodstained, I guess I have a version of Bloodstained that's, like, as good as they come now. Which, you know, maybe I will play that. Maybe Bloodstained should be a stream game. That'd be a fun thing to do on stream. A full-on Metroidvania. That was a good one, too. As I say that, that sounds like something that should be a stream game. Just Bloodstained. Maybe we just save that for a potential
I love this part
full
of our show.
playthrough.
Who will get to the new vault first?
You know, it's not like I'll be able to do anything but it's not like I'll be able to do anything but was that a sword that guy had? Kind of looked like a sword. That is a sword. You get a sword in this? That's cool. Sword might be cooler than hammer.
Let's have a teammate who is loaded with coins. Talk about being in the spotlight.
Ouch! A contestant just got.
I like how there's melee weapons in this game. I definitely want to play like a melee weapon. That's really cool that they just let you be like, yeah, you know, forego a gun and just hit people with a hammer. Yes, I love it. Oh, there's a stealth character here. You know, hey, stealth, that's a good way to close distance. In addition to being the high mobility character.
What a deposit by one of our contestants. I bet
Other
their
games that
teammates
I have
can go back
installed.
after that.
I'll look at the desktop. I have them all, like, laid out. I haven't really thought about which ones. Which ones would be good for featuring here. But I definitely got a few. How we doing? Not good. We're in third.
Just what the doctor ordered. Another vault.
Let's go now.
Change is good, especially in the bank. Nice move from the jet setters.
Hey, got some coins. Just gonna keep on running. What is this? A vent? No, it's not a vent. It's not like a Among Us situation here. Just gonna quickly deposit, get some money in the bank. It's enough to get us into tied for second.
Time to foul.
Oh, I got these defibrillators I should really be using.
Toxic grab
And also, gas grenades. To gas them up. Okay.
Yikes! Someone's day just got ruined, and their coin stash is up for grabs.
Let's go over here.
Jump zone
Down
here.
this. It'd be cool if you could, like,
A contestant from the
drop
Retros
things
or
on
Gold
people.
Mine. It's either bank
I guess that's like,
Yowza! That's a contestant.
that's like the idea of,
For the rest.
that game where you, like, blow houses apart. Rainbow Siege. That's a thing you do in that one, right? I should play Rainbow Siege at some point. That'd be a fun one to do. That game looks quite cool. I have been thinking with the new PC, a stream I would like to do at some point would be some sort of roundup of like free-to-play games of that sort, you know,
There's
Valorant,
another vault available for cash-hungry teams.
let's say Valorant, let's say, is Rainbow Six Siege, free-to-play?
A few more coins in the bank for the jet setters.
Whatever else is, like, on the docket. Hell, I've never played Fortnite. I could play Fortnite for the first time. Would that be fun? They have that no build mode now, which I guess, you know, honestly,
half was just a taste of what's to
the
come.
building was
The
part
real
of what
battle
turned
has
me
only
off
just
and, like,
begun.
made me not want to get into it, so
It's time to see
the fact that
Vigilante
there's a
try to
mode
knock
now
the
that doesn't have
contestants
it,
off their game.
I should probably try it out, but, I don't know. I did, you know, there's no part of me that is like, oh, I might love this so. Looking at a lot of these free-to-play games out there, this is like, oh, I might love this so much it might become a problem. No, I mostly just think like, yeah, I'll play it for a bit, and then, oh, hello. I'll play it for a bit and have some fun, and then move on.
But remember,
But
you bank it
I do
heavily
know a
on
lot of
the
people are
collectibles.
deep into Fortnite who play it like on the regular as much as I play Marvel Snap. Probably.
Vault just appeared. Let's see who grabs that.
And I don't know I have time for like a
Our contestants
forever
can
game
make
other
those
than Marvel
previously
Snap.
impossible jumps to get out of trouble
But you
and
know,
chase down opponents.
I play these things by ear, and not exactly going to not play a game because I'm worried about time, I guess. I'd at least try it and probably play for a bit. You know, there's been multiplayer games that I've enjoyed for like a month or so, or for a few weeks, even ones that like people get way into. Diablo, good example. Like, I know that I didn't play that multiplayer, but you can get deep into Diablo. And, you know, it's like a whole thing. Okay,
The Retros swept up those coins with a timeless approach that clinched the win. On behalf of our sponsors.
yeah, I don't know about the grenade launcher. I don't know that it's quite my jam. Do I have enough to get, like, one more weapon? Let's go to equipment. I'm gonna go to the heavy. I want something that like complements the hammer well. Ooh, flamethrower. Flamethrower. A better shotgun than the other shotgun. The hammer is really fun. But let's try out like a better shotgun. That sounds like perhaps the thing of this on this whole skill tree that's like the most speaking to me. There's also a shield. Well, that's pretty cool. And a goo gun that is good for defenses. I would really want... I guess this is sort of like a Reinhardt situation where you like... I'm not sure if it's like a static thing. Oh, well, I can play video. Is it like a static thing or is it like it goes with you? Ooh! That is pretty cool. If I were playing more, I would look to unlock that, but I already just already bought the other thing. So So, yeah, whoopsie doopsie. Let's sub in the shotgun, and I'll put the hammer on the side thing. As far as the rest of the loadout goes, give me a frag grenade. The heavy really needs options to close the distance, so that seems like the thing that you can get to really improve that thing. One more thing, I'm going to try out the tournament mode, and then we'll move on to some other things. What else do I got here? Let me look at the desktop real fast. I got here installed. Rivals of Aether. Okay, well, these are a lot of my main games are not that intensive. I have Bloodstained. I have Rogue Legacy 2. Oh crap, I don't have that much actually, other than, well, I guess maybe not so much a bounce around then. I don't have that much to bounce around to, I suppose. I thought I had more that was like relatively intensive that make for a good. Well, I guess it's just Rogue Legacy, which is very minimal and not really intensive in any way, shape, or form. And you know, that other one, which is also not that intensive, and maybe better served as a full playthrough rather than a quick, a quick visit where I run around the first area and maybe get past the first boss. Like that would not sate my appetite for that game. What if that was the next playthrough instead of what's it gonna call it? Jesus, Skyward Sword. That's a nice thought, but let's stick with Skyward Sword for now.
A perfect stage for a high-altitude showdown.
I think it'll be a while before we get to that, I'll say.
Right. The big
If that were to be the plan. But I'll put it on my list.
And finally, the mighty. The arena's calling.
It is getting pretty late. Maybe we should
A sunny day
Just
with normal
wrap up.
visibility greets our contestants, giving them a golden opportunity to leave an unforgettable impression.
Some construction work in the arena means that our contestants will see a different landscape. Something to think about when building defenses.
Okay.
Time to get out my statistics tracker. We've got our very first elimination of the match.
Our match is in full swing.
Well, that guy moves fast. Whoa.
Fighting for fame is the mighty's last standing contestant.
Okay, so there's limited respawns in this. Good to know. So we really need to be
The big splash are washing over Vault 1.
trying to respawn our guys. Okay, let's just go ahead and respawn then.
Ouch! The tough shells suffered a wipeout.
They've been thoroughly tenderized. by
The
this
shotgun
experience.
seems... Ooh. The shotgun seems more tactical than I perhaps like. I like a shotgun that's just, more of like... I guess like the sawed-off double-barrel shotgun on the lightweight class is maybe more my speed. That said, I don't know how effective running around with a sledgehammer is going to be.
The socialites
Let's try to
are
make the
truly
shotgun
influencers
work
this match. They've started
a
our
little
first
longer.
cash out. The big
I say a
splash
little
catching
longer.
wave.
We have like
They've
one life
started a
left, don't
cash
we?
out.
I should try using strategy. I don't know strategy, so I'm just gonna wing it. Was not expecting there to be a gap between buildings.
Cash out confiscated by the tough shells. Good steal.
Will they make this a spree, I wonder?
Okay, let's do,
Tossing a frag.
I don't think I did, like... I did 14 damage. Maybe I'm just not very good at aiming. Like, you know, such guns that are more precise than, otherwise. I guess the thing also is about this guy is that he's just so...
Things are about to get
It's harder to close the distance when you're slower.
The mighty have respawned.
I definitely made a mistake not going with the big shield.
Toughness now.
That was definitely the better thing to like invest in, I think. Eh? I can't go through vents as a big dude?
What a way to open the match. The tough shells land the first cash out.
Okay.
Cash out complete, and the big splash just got richer.
Okay, we're in the knockout zone. So this is like F-Zero 99. Maybe bad example because that's a... Okay. That's a battle royale, so, and this is more of a whole different thing. I keep having tokens to respawn with. I'm not sure if someone's earning those by doing something or what's up.
The action is non-stop, and we're all in for a treat as the match progresses.
Oh, that's not good.
The socialites are about to make a new friend.
Loadouts.
They're opening Vault 4.
I'm gonna switch to the sledgehammer. The shotgun is just not working for me.
I sure do miss the thrill of the game, June, but
I
do not
kind of
believe
have
the
my
socialites
suspicion that
standing
sledgehammer
at this point.
will not be all
Vault
that more
3 is getting
tactical.
sniped by the tough shells.
Rocket away.
What is that he's shooting that's exploding all over the
mighty just
place?
jump-started a cash
It's like a
out.
rocket, but there's a lot of them.
The socialites are
Can I destroy this? Where'd the guy go? Okay.
Contestants might want to hug their Nama Tama plushies because an event is about to shake things up in the arena.
Whatever.
Shout set in motion by the tough shells.
I'm gonna try to revive this dude here. What the hell? There's no bridge.
Meteors are raining down in the arena, adding a dazzling dimension to the competition.
Over here. Not sure if that like unlocks or if it changes or whatever, but okay.
A bit of virtual catastrophe for the socialites. Team wiped.
For our viewers just tuning in, remember that team wipes have more consequences in our tournament format, as it will cost them a percentage of their earnings.
There you go. We revived dude. And then
We're at the
got
end
killed.
Of this game show event. What a spectacle!
I did do more damage than I did with the shotgun with the hammer, so hammer
Socialites are re-engaging.
is good. We don't have any more tokens, so really looking for a revive here. But our team was wiped. Don't know how these tokens work because it does say the team is respawning. Does that mean the whole team is respawning or just those with tokens? I reckon we're getting knocked out. Would be my my guess. Maybe also this is the situation where for your first match in like regular, they just give you bots and they make it easy for you. That's a thing games do. Just, you know, sort of gas you up. That's a term people didn't used to say. Gas you up. It's a good term though. Of the terms that are relatively new, oh god.
This 1-minute warning was brought to you by Izult.
Of the terms that are relatively new, I think gas you up is up there.
A long-awaited return to the arena for the Tough Shells.
Wait for revive or team wipe. Well,
Vault is getting probed by the Tough Shells. We just entered the last 30 seconds of the match.
yeah, we're done. Let me think, is there anything else I want to play? Honestly, if I had like Metroid Dread randomizer like set up, I would have liked to see if that ran good. Yeah, it's done. That timer is well after the end. If I had that set up, I wouldn't mind like showing that off or seeing if it worked well. But that sounds like a whole to-do. Just getting that all set up, getting everything you need for that. I have no idea where to begin, so that'll probably be a thing like Run Random Thursday, where I say like, okay, I was finally in the mood to do that, so here it is. And honestly, maybe I'd rather just do like Metroid Prime 2 again or something, or Metroid Prime 1. Then again, Metroid Prime, as a randomizer, I'll say, it really has too much walking. Like, you know, when you have one item on one side of the map and another item on the whole other side, it's like, well, there's going to be like a 15-minute walk from one side of the map to the other, and it's all pretty much just like walking. You know, just walking, going through doors, walking, going through another door. Really needs fast travel, which it does add. Like, they do put in like a debug menu that lets you fast travel, but it really feels like cheating because you can literally go anywhere you want without limitation. But, I don't know. With randomizers, you can always play them the way that you want to play, so, you know, it's no shame if you do it that way. That was the finals. That's fun. I don't think it's quite my what's the word? I don't think it's quite up my alley. I don't think it's quite what I am looking for in a video game. What with the emphasis on, like, you know, I'm not very good at aiming down sights in games. I prefer just more of the tactical considerations than just like Twitch aiming, I guess, is how I like to play games such as this. Like Overwatch is kind of more my jam. Though I did also, you know, there are games that I like that are similar. Like, I really liked, you know, I'll say, like, I like many a shooter. Even some multiplayer shooters. Like, I really enjoyed, Splitgate. Slipgate? I really enjoyed Splitgate. That was a multiplayer shooter. I've enjoyed a Halo from time to time, online or otherwise. I didn't finish Infinite, but, you know, still enjoy it. But, I think this is good. I think that it has a lot of cool stuff for it. I didn't quite put together a kit that I was really happy with, like, in full by the end of this stream, and I think that, I would struggle to find for pieces of equipment that were really for me, but that's cool. I would... If I were putting a rating on this right now, I would say 4 out of 5. I am not, though. Well, I probably will at some point eventually, you know, for my collection list. Probably a 4 out of 5 sounds about right. Like... Video games are so subjective, it's weird to say something like, it's not for me, but it's good, 4 out of 5. You know, I would probably never say that about an anime. You know, I usually because I don't watch an anime that's not for me, and I would usually try to more frame it as like, yeah, you know, I didn't think it was that good, but I don't know why mediums make that weird or whatever. Okay, let me just look. Let me just look real fast. I have installed, as far as 3D games go, I have installed. There one missing. Oh yeah, the finals is out of position. Okay, I have Valorant installed. I have Rogue Legacy 2. I have Bloodstained. I have Pizza Tower. I have Heroes of the Storm. I want to do Heroes of the Storm, but not as like a end of the night thing tonight. It's 2 a.m. We've been at it for like what's it? It's like nearly 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours just above. Do we want to do one more thing before we call it? I already closed the previous game, so should we open Valorant and have a look? What would be a good thing to do? Also, perhaps what's a thing to do that doesn't involve like grabbing my controller that's over there? Valorant would be so one such thing, but I don't want to do a whole thing. Let's just do. You know what? It's not intensive at all, and I do think the best place to play it is on the phone. But let's load up Marvel Snap. Ah, it's loud. Where's the audio mixer? Okay, you should be hearing it now. Yeah, that's too loud. I usually play this game muted on my phone, so I usually don't hear any of this audio. Let's play just a little bit of Marvel Snap to end the night. That looks perfectly fine. Just like one or two quick games. Let me get its audio. Let me get like the game captured. I forget, is it Google or Apple that I signed in with? Shows me for trying to just play it without, I think it's Apple. Jeez. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to a quick break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna set this up and get all logged in while on break. Back in a minute. Hello, I am back. Turns out it was the Google account, not the Apple account. I've made that mistake multiple times, not knowing which one was the actual one. Right then, so, a little bit of Marvel Snap to end the night on. Let's do it. here is, you can see I showed off C's decks earlier at the top of the stream. Wasn't necessarily expecting to, like, actually pull them up. This is a bad place for my camera to be. Move. Where should I go? Am I covering the nameplate? Yes. Where should I go? Well, this works. I don't usually go in this corner, but about as good as I can get during this part, anyway. So, I just made this deck. Chivalry is discarded. It's basically just a pretty standard black knight deck. I don't really love it. It feels like it's very basic. The only thing that's like... There's nothing really like that interesting about it. Which is to say, it's kind of just this pretty standard list, but I added Enchantress? I don't know. I also have this Ronin deck, which is pretty fun. I like that Ronin is becoming a thing now, but mostly I've been playing... also have this deck that has Gladiator in it, sort of a Shaw Surf deck with Gladiator. I've just mostly been playing this Selene deck, which was automatically generated. I don't know if this Yellow Jacket is really the best choice. You know, maybe something else would be better, but this deck is, I think, very fun for like, filling up an enemy space on the board and maybe doing Galactus. Maybe we should think, like, is there anything I'd rather have rather than... Let me think. Let's do a little bit of thinking before we go into play a game. I see that the variants toggle is or favorites only toggle is broken on PC as well. That's interesting. That's interesting that it would be that way. Let's think. What goes in a junk deck? What's really good in a junk deck? I mean, Viper. I don't have Viper, but I feel like... Check the graphical settings. Do I have graphical settings here? Yeah, they're set on high. I guess even on like a really good PC on high settings, it doesn't look that fancy and that crisp. Again, I think that this game is best enjoyed on the old phone. Let's think. What is this curve? I have 2 1s, a 2, 3 3s. I'm not sold on Black Widow. I'm gonna get rid of Black Widow. Let's do 2 3s. Those 4s are both really good. Annihilus, Hobgoblin. Is there anything more I can do at negative power? Put in a minus there and that'll do his thing. Spider-Woman? For the 5 slots? No, I don't think so. I don't think I could do, like, that on a 5. Typhoid Mary? Interesting idea. With the nerf of Luke Cage, I don't know that you can really run Typhoid Mary anyway outside of like a the deck that removes all the effects. You know, the Sauron deck. It's good. Give. Okay, that's plus power. That's plus power for you. I mean, Ironheart is a card that gets given to your opponent, but also it is making the cards that you junk over, it is making your cards that you are sending them, like, better cards. So I don't know if that's very good. I'd really like something that I could more reliably, like, send over. So let's look for, like, let's let's sort by where is that? By energy, power. Okay. Mystique. Mystique on Man Thing is a funny idea. I don't really have any other ongoings, so this would just be a card that would be strictly junk to be sent over with no effect, unless I use it on Man Thing, which would be, I think, very funny. Is there anything else that goes with that would be funny to Mystique? Let's you know what? Fuck it. What else goes with Mystique? Luke Cage. Luke Cage Mystique protects 2 lanes from negative power. That's an interesting idea. Your own lane specifically. That's an interesting idea. And also, you got the Man Thing the Man Thing Mystique. I'm not sure if that's ever the optimum play, but give them yourself options like Man Thing and then Mystique combined with like Hazmat, or I guess you could play Luke Cage or Selene or the Hood or the guy. Let's try this. This is no longer auto. Selene injection. Oops, I misspelled that. Selene injection. Okay. That's a good name for a deck. Do I like that card back? What exactly should that card back be that I use? This deck is characterized by Annihilus, Sentry, and Junk. What's the Junk card back? Junk card back. Junk card back. I would say that perhaps there isn't one. Maybe that'd be a thing this game could use, like more card backs to cover specific styles. I guess, you know, realistically, you don't really want to reveal your hand by with your card back choice, and I'll say I never think about that as a possibility. Yes, I already did that one recently. I never think about that as a possibility, but I do like me an on the nose card deck thing. Savage Land. I'll also say I have a couple other decks here. I have a Feast for Blob, which is a ramp deck based around Thanos Blob, which is pretty fun. Blob can get really fucking big in that one. I also have Good Old Ramp, which doesn't have Thanos in it, but does have the Blob and Arnim Zola. The goal here is to get Blob out early, and then Taskmaster and Arnim Zola, and pretty good. Living Tribunal, also a great option there. I also have like an Auto Hawk deck that I've been playing recently, where it's this was made by the Auto Generator, and it's pretty good. It's just like a discount a lot of stuff with these 3 cards, and then play a bunch of them by duplicating them with Moon Girl, and then going to town. Quinjet can only discount things made by Moon Girl, which I really thought would be like bad, but it's actually really good. I wonder if Black Widow is optimum anymore. I think I made this before she was nerfed, but Auto says it still is, so that's good. Good old Ramp. Auto Hawk. Feast for Blob. I got a lot. There's been an influx of good decks recently, which I've been happy with. I've been playing a lot of the same things earlier on, like for the last few months, like like this Virulence Lockdown deck, which has gotten nerfed a bit recently, and Before that, my Loki deck, which I just haven't really been feeling recently. Though they say Loki is just as good as ever. Doesn't work quite as well in my Loki deck, which was based around doing Lockjaw on 3 and then doing like a Snow Guard into Lockjaw and then Loki at the same time. Can't do that anymore. You'd have to wait for 5 to that, which is a little more awkward. Little bit of a deck overview there, as well as a little bit of like, you know, making. Let's try out Selene Injection. Let's inject some Selene. We'll just do a few quick matches here. This game is very quick, like 3 minutes per round. So, you know, we'll do a few of them. Maybe a few with our friend the Blob, you know, in either ramp or a feast for Blob. And then we'll call it a night. This won't take too long. I think here I want to not play Hazmats for no reason. I want to save Hazmat until there's something on the board to, like, negate the power of. This guy is also playing Junk. I'm gonna give an emote. Bah, I could have played something there. I'll say this is performing quite well, but it's not really a surprise since, you know, this is a... It's not really a surprise since this is a regular-ass, This is not a very intensive PC game. It didn't run fantastically on my old PC, though, for some reason. I don't know. It could get weird sometimes, that old PC. Oh, I'm glad I don't have to worry about it no more. This is... you know, if we draw... Can't play it on Big House! I was just thinking for a second, like... But no, you can't do that. Let me move up to the upper left now. Upper left is definitely the place for gameplay, I think, here. What can we do? We can play one card. It's not going to win us the game in any case. I could lower the power of all his cards by... That would also lower the power of my cards by 1. This doesn't work. No, there's nothing I can do without... I had to top deck my 5-drop. My, what the fuck? Annihilus. I had to top deck Annihilus there if I wanted a chance to win. Maybe, I'm getting the idea that maybe Mystique might have been a bad choice for this deck. What's a good choice? Let's try to think of some more interesting... Let's try to think of something more interesting for that slot. I guess maybe it doesn't have to be Junk related. Like, it can be Galactus related. If Galactus is the other win condition. Okay. Ooh, that's good for us. If we draw the right card, we'll be eating good. So long as we can draw a Nihilus, like, this lane is going to be very good for us. And if we draw a Nihilus, we can put this here. A Nihilus on Oscorp next turn. And fill up this location and maybe guarantee a... a Galactus win. Maybe I should have played the other order so that these guys would be reduced, but I do not have the card I need to do that with yet. So... Oh, he's also playing a little bit of the junk. Oh, wait, no, that's copied from my hand. That was copied from my hand. I didn't draw the card I needed. What's the play here? I think we go Oscorp Tower and hope to draw Annihilus here. I can do Man-Thing on this location is actually really good for Man-Thing. It has 2 cards here that get reduced by 2, so this will swing by 9. If I can play Demon as well. That's going to help out with a certain location. Okay, no top deck. Ooh, Luke Cage. That is... You don't see that often. Man-Thing. Demon. This is pretty decent. I don't like our odds. Feel like we're probably going to lose this, but... Best play I can manage with these cards. I think I need a better card than Mystique. It's a funny idea to play a Mystique and then Annihilus it over. But a dumb idea. I don't think it's going to do anything for us. We need a better card. Okay. We won that. How? Fuck, we did it.
Victory.
You know, a thing we didn't quite consider is that since he had split his power up between these 2 lanes, then, you know, the Man-Thing affected the thing he put onto the lane as well as the things that were already there. So, yeah. One big card in the middle lane would have won him the game. If it had just done one big card and left one of the other lanes, but suppose could not be risked. We gotta do something about this. Where is that? Selene injection. Get rid of it. What is your suggestion? Black Widow? I'm really not feeling Black Widow right now. I don't know. Maybe Black Widow is good. Kang sucks. Let's look for... What's good with Galactus? Let's just for sake of... Just to see what the auto thing does, I'm gonna put in Galactus. I'm gonna put in Galactus, and I'm gonna put in Autogen, Autofill. What does it do for Galactus? Nebula, okay. Hobgoblin, Sandman, Doom, Shang-Chi. I don't think any of these really fit in with a junk archetype. Maybe Professor X. Surprised that the auto doesn't include the other one, the Green Goblin. It includes Hobgoblin, but not Green Goblin. I really like Green Goblin myself. It always feels safer to Green Goblin than the Hobgoblin. I guess these days you know, maybe earlier on people were more willing to fill their lanes before the end of the game. But now I think more people wait until the end of the game to fill their last lane. They don't want to pen themselves into a corner, you know. So Hobgoblin on 5 is a safer move now than maybe it was when I originally got it. And I've always felt like I was doing a really risky thing, playing it on turn 5. You know, you get stuff like half the time. Okay, let's just get rid of this. What's another card? Selene. If we have what's its face? The Man Thing. What does it put in for Man Thing? Auto-generate. Show me the Man Thing deck that it makes. A Ravonna Renslayer deck? Oh! Oh! I like... Oh, I think I like that. That's a good idea. Ravonna. Yeah, that'll discount, like, all my crap that's negative. This, and this. Can we put in anything else that's like, discountable with Ravonna? I guess anything we put in that's discountable with Ravonna is going to be given to the enemy player. So it's not really, the why is this thing in the world. I could put in a morph. What the fuck? That's fun. People run good cards. This becomes a 2 energy, get a free card. That could be good. Let's try it. Fuck it. This will be the last iteration of this deck tonight. We'll look at another deck after, like, they'll say one or two of these matches, you know? That's fun. This is fun. Do people... Is this a combo that people think about? Ravonna into Morph. Oh, Green Goblin is also discounted. Ooh. Oh, Hobgoblin's for 4. Oh! I'm snapping. This is good. This is sick. Oh, we got Sinister London. I like it. Next turn, I can play Hobgoblin. I hope he's not playing Destroy. Wait a minute. Oscorp Tower. Oscorp Tower! I have a Nihilus. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I have a Nihilus. Oh, and it's magicked. Okay. No Destroy. No Destroy. No Mirror Match. That's all we're hoping for here. Debris. Next turn. Jams it all up. Jams like at least one lane up. It's a Black Knight. It's a discard deck. We're golden. We might even... Oh, crap. He's gonna play, Turn 5, all cards must be played here. Ah, crap. Okay, good. Well, this means that he can't play the sword right here this turn. Let's try morphing. Maybe we'll get the sword. He's playing it there. Okay. It's time to jam him up. Do we want to, like, try to Galactus here? If we play this here, Galactus is not going to be able to go there. Possibly. A good chance. Oh, Galactus could also go here, and it's probably going to be hard for him to clear this up. I'm going to go with here and hope for Galactus. Yeah, I think that's the play. Also, this is a winning lane. This is a winning lane right here. 9 plus 7. That is 16. And he retreated because, yeah, he's fucked. This is That did not go well for him. If he had been able to get that 20 drop onto Sinister London, then it might have been a different equation. Let's do that again. Ooh. That's good. Morph on Ravona Morph. That is a hell of a thing. Not the main part of this deck, of course, but, you know, still a hell of a thing. Like, goddamn, I don't think I ever thought that could be, like, a thing to play. Really love it, though. Daredevil. He's gonna see my turn 5 play. It's pretty predictable anyhow. It's pretty predictable anyhow, honestly. Let's go Selene here. Demon here. Okay. Well, I'm already going pretty heavy on that location, so that's fun. My only play here is Ravona. But it doesn't really help me unless I were to draw like a 1-drop. If I play this, that's going to send these guys over. I could try for a Galactus next turn, but I'm not sure if I can get it. I'll probably be winning 2 locations. I'm winning over here. Now let's go with this. Send these guys over in case he tries to, like, jam it up. And because this guy is, you know, a good body, he does have to contest this lane if he wants to win it and, you know, win the game. Professor X is here is going to be a bad move. Whatever. What the fuck, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing? There's no play here that can win you the game. You can't... This is going to go up to 8. Wait a minute. 8 plus 3 is 11. He might have, he probably has Jeff, the baby land shark. And then it would be... Well, does he have it? Let's see. Does he have it? Doesn't have it. Didn't have it. Okay. If he had it, he would have been able to tie up this location, and then this discrepancy is, you know, this number is more higher than this number is this number, so he would have been able to win off that. Maybe he did the math wrong, or maybe he didn't have it. By the way, we're in infinite. I'm in infinite. It's a whole thing. I like getting the infinite and not having to worry about rank. It's lovely. It is. I don't do much with variants. I just like to focus on upgrading the original sets as much as I can. But I do upgrade every variant to at least this because you get like a more efficient use of like upgrade stuff. You know, it's basically like half off the first time you upgrade to something. So makes these upgrade things go farther, whatever they are. The blue stuff. Credits. Makes those go farther. One more of these Selene injection games, and then we'll do some Blob business, and we'll get like a really nice Blob into, say, Arnim Zola, and then we'll laugh, and that'll be how we end. If I can get, I would really like to get Hazmat here. Get those guys down to 0 and send them over. I need to draw 2 cards to do that. Sure seems like it's not a guarantee. Selene. I think what I want to do is... Okay, I jammed up a location. Hey. Savage Land is jammed up. Ooh! But he actually jammed it up on me as well. Still, I get the right card. I can absolutely do a thing. Anti-synergy here between Morph and Selene. I play Selene. Morph just gets denoted. I guess, you know, hey, that is a... Maybe it's not an anti-synergy. Maybe it is just straight up synergy. Oh, I'm gonna steal one of my own cards from the Loki. I stealed the wrong one. That was not a good one to grab. How many cards did he end up getting? Full hand. So, like, yeah, most of them. He probably got a Nihilus. Maybe he'll start with a Nihilus. And then I can Nihilus next turn. A Nihilus cannot jam up this right location. Unless he plays, say, the Hood. And then a Nihilus. And then that jams up this. But I think we might be hosed here. If he snaps, I'm retreating. If Longshot snaps, I should assume pronouns, I know. If Longshot snaps... Ah! That's 3. Okay. I'm going second. But all I can do is destroy the negative cards that I have. This does not win this lane. This doesn't do shit here. That doesn't help me at all. I got no choice here. There's no winning play. That was a hell of a play with the Snow Guard Bear. Snow Guard's good. Maybe Snow Guard's a good fit for a Selene injection. Gives you some options if you need them. Helps you with locations. And can shut down both like location shutdown as well as, say, Limbo. So you don't want to turn 7, you can not do one. That said, this deck, I feel like it actually would benefit from turn 7 because it's going to clear its own board and jam up the enemy player's board, so the enemy player isn't going to have options to play on isn't going to have options to play on that turn. Card move. That's not. I'm going to play Ravona. Buffing the hand there. Ooh. He plays any... The Phoenix Dark plays any card. This Great Web is going to be all jammed up. Great Web is all jammed up now. And... Ooh, a Brood. That's interesting, but... Now I have this location all one up. Could be a Silver Surfer. Only one of these cards is 3 power, so... Can only go up by 2. We won. I don't see a way that they could get that location up that possibly high. I could play this there. Okay. He's all jammed up for now. Right, that gets pulled over. I forgot about that part of it. Next turn, he's going to play 2 cards. Best I can do is play Sentry. And I can destroy some of the bad cards, but that's not going to get me up. I mean, I think both of these plays are basically the same. Either I do this and try to win by 6, or I do this and I destroy both locations, but I have to win based on 5 power. Let's see what happens. This is the fun option. Hopefully he's trying to synergize with the other lanes, but, you know, with that Captain Marvel added power to it, I don't think we won this. Yeah, no. That would be hard for me to contest with the cards that I had. And with that location not being open to being junked. One more. We gotta have a good one. Wait. Cool. Got that thing. One more of these. The Force Moo. Okay, we got Selene. Just gonna play that there. That's going to make our Green Goblin worse. Oh, our Hobgoblin worse. Duh. Oh, of course, that's a lower number. That's good! That's good! We like that! That's a good thing! Oscorp Tower is. Okay, I'm gonna play the Green Gobbler there. Magic. Ah. Well, I like that as well. Whatever you're doing, I'm gonna try to jam him. And in fact, if he's going for a long thing, the Hobgoblin is more likely to hit. This turn, my best play is gonna be the debris. If I Hobgoblin here, and I miss, I'm going to be very upset. Well... Ooh. I Hobgoblin, right? Say I Hobgoblin, fill the thing. Then I can do Galactus, or I could do Annihilus. Then Annihilus would work, and then after that, one Galactus and it'd be done. That's a little bit of a combo. I'm gonna snap. I don't think it'll be filling this lane, like, right here. I think that's probably a play in White Palace, I would guess. This may be some sort of ongoing deck. Iron Man, okay, hey. Not good in this case. Doubles the power of a negative, lane. Alright. We got him pretty well dead to rights. Like, there's nothing he can do here.
Behold my mighty hand.
He is going to have priority. But we are going to destroy these 2 lanes, so we don't give a flying fuck. Unless... Wait, this could be... This could be... the guy what makes all the lanes shared power. Ah! Yeah, that's gonna put that well out of range, and there we go. Yeah, shit. Well, it was a fun try. One more. You gotta get a big win. Living Tribunal, that's his name. Too many names. There are too many characters that in media I consume. I can't remember everyone's name. Okay. Selene is going to affect the Hobgobber. I'll say I feel like the Hobgobber and the Annihilus are sort of an awkward pair. Speaking of awkward, that is not a good... I don't like that very much. My Selene is going to get destroyed before she has a chance to junk him up. That's fun. You don't see that very often. Okay, yeah, Selene got destroyed. What can we do here? We have 3 cards to play. But also we will be annihilating things over. Hazmat. For now. And if he plays anything, it's going to get its power decreased. Gladiator. It's pretty good. Hobgoblin next turn. I wish I could... Hobgoblin. Annihilus. He has a lot more 2-drops over on his side. He's got 2 and he's got 3. Actually, we have the same amount. Man-Thing is going to be a... Actually, I have more. He would have to play 2 more small drops, which I don't think he's going to, for this to work out in my favor. I wish I had a second thing that I could send him. That's what I wish. Well, this is at least going to destroy this. And that's going to be like a 10-point swing. We're going to be at 15. He's going to need to put up 16 to make it in 1 card. Yeah, I think we got it. Legion. Okay. Good win. I feel like that wasn't as pretty as it could be, but this is a neat, fun combination. I kind of like the flavor of having Morph in there for now. I'm gonna continue fucking with that for a bit. Let's just play a little bit of one of these, couple of these Blob decks. We'll do one match with a Feast for Blob, which is the the Stones deck. Has a lot of stones in it. The Thanos stones, you know. It is very useful to be like going through your deck to find your Blob, and also to be able to use Energy Stone to like ramp your Blob out, maybe. I don't have anything that like copies the Blob, unless Nico Minoru were to have this. Okay, well I can do a copy. I'm gonna do Mind Stone, Nico, get a copy of whatever next thing I get. I'm hoping to get the Energy Stone, the Time Stone. That's it. This one, yeah. I forget what the... who remembers? Names of stones. I have all the stones. So if I were to get Thanos, it would be very big. Go ahead and get that extra time stone. Make sure that that lane is pretty well done. Agatha. Person was Agatha in the... I'm gonna snap. I can move this over here, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. Then again, I do have... I like this. I have a full lane. And I do have the option of Living Tribunal if this were to not work out. It did work out. Okay. I'm gonna Sebastian Shaw Time Stone and hope to find my Blob. That's my hope here. That's really good.
All systems go.
We really need to find Blob, or actually Thanos would be... I'm going to play this, which is going to activate my Thanos and turn him into a 30, and then Blob is going to eat that 30 power Thanos. I don't think I've gotten, like, Blob to eat a Thanos in deck that was, like, powered up like this. This is cool. This is a great application of you know, mechanics. Assuming that they don't do anything like, and they're not, anything like a Alioth that would screw that up. See? Inevitable. Wait, why would it be a 20? It should be plus 10 and it's double ongoing. How did that work? How many cards did it eat? Victory. Whatever, 30's enough. Yeah, okay, hang on. Plus 14, plus 5, plus 10? Wait a minute. No, it should be wherever he is. Thanos had plus 10 power. Ongoing. How come that didn't go into Blob? You know what, it's probably would be really overpowered if that's how it worked. See, it should be 30. Whatever, we won! And we won with our friend Blob, who eats every card in the deck. Extremely good card. There is the bug report. Blob 8 powered up what's his name? Thanos. Thanos had 30 power wherever he was in deck. But Blob only gained 10 off him. I think that counts, right? Like, if he eats a Sebastian Shaw, that does include, like, all the buffs Sebastian gets, right? Like, that's clearly how it's supposed to work. How those two are supposed to do. Now, probably would make a already good combination even better, but, you know. Let's do one with the good old ramp. Let's try to get something equally as satisfying as that big O win there. We're dealing with Junk Deck. Not sure I like this matchup. He's going to try to fill our... I assume we're dealing with a Junk Deck. Him filling our lanes is really bad, as is Atilian. As is a... Well, actually, if we were able to... A Chilean could be good, actually. As I look at this deck, it has cards that are very specifically for the anti-blob matchup, like Yondu. This deck maybe stood to be improved somewhat by, like, you know, being less of an anti-blob deck, you know. Having less anti-blob options would probably be a good, good idea. Oh god, I should have put it on Oscorp Tower! What am I thinking? I'm not thinking, that's what I'm doing. It's late. That's what I get for not thinking things through. Electro gives you an ongoing effect where you can only play one at once. It doesn't really affect this deck very much, since I kind of want to be playing big things and not small things. But I could have hobbled him. I could have really restricted the enemy real goddamn good. What can we do here?
Opponent snapped.
Let's see what happens. I'm gonna play Giganto. A lot of stuff's gonna get sent over. Yeah. Best I could do would be... Let's see. This would draw 3s and 4s over. What would that do? It would help this lane significantly. He's probably going to be counting on this lane to win, since he's so close to winning it. Let's go with it. Oh, the Shang-Chi. That fucks me. Yeah. Okay, quick deck update time. It's time to rethink. Just real quick. This deck needs a little bit of an update. Let's remove Yondu. And I'll remove Cable. Those are two decks. Those are two cards that are very anti-Blob, and Blob is less of a threat right now. Let's see now. Professor X is pretty good. I'm not really playing a lot of the cards that I draw, so Devil Dinosaur is probably going to be just as good as Vision is. So let's put that in there. Not going to be very big to eat for Blob, but that's fine. Can I put, like, let me see. I think, as far as, like, a card that's big and good to eat, that is also good to play. We sort by power the other way and go to the top real fast. Gladiator. Let's put Gladiator in there. And, sure I don't want a 4? On 4, I really want to have Waved or have Electrode. So, you know, I think we're fine without a 4. Do we really need Jeff? Jeff is flexible. And also the first card that this deck now can play. Any better, like, low drop? Ebony Maw. With the Blob, I can hit Ebony Maw's lane. With Vision, with Artemzola or Vision, I can hit that lane. Also with the Living Tribunal. Let's give it a shot. That sounds like an interesting idea. And oftentimes, like, if I don't have the combo ready to go on turn 4, I might as well wait till I might as well wait for turn 4 to play my wave or my my other one. And if I do have the combo on 4 ready to go, then I don't need that 7 power from that fucker. Like, I can get by just with Blob and you know, massive Blob.
This just in.
Daredevil's not bad. I could go with something. Ah! I don't like that at all. If I can get Taskmaster, that'd be pretty good. And I do Blob in one of these lanes and Taskmaster in the other. I want to play Blob. Ooh, I. Do we want to run out the... I think we want to wave. That's pretty good. But... check this shit out. It's not going to move at all. I'm going to devour my deck. I got 5 cards in there. This, of course, you know, I'll say with this deck, it doesn't have any stones in it. Doesn't tend to get quite as big as in the other deck, what we were playing earlier, but it does get pretty big. If he has Shang-Chi, it's fucked. Otherwise, Taskmaster here. Next turn, I can live in Tribunal to bring back the Blob. Well, if he kills it, he kills it, and that the stats are gone. If he kills it, we're out of here. If Shang-Chi comes out, does a junk deck run Shang-Chi? If it did, I think it would have snapped by now. I mean, it's not like I'm running, you know, it's not like I have a way to get something from, what's that card that gains damage based on the amount of things that are destroyed? I don't got it, you know, and no Blob deck would run such a card. It would be a 0, and you'd never use it, also. Well, okay. 2 options here. You can bar with no name. Or, sorry, we can Living Tribunal. He's gonna retreat because we got him and he don't got an answer. Cool. Okay, good. Pretty good. Blob is such big numbers. I love him. One of my favorite cards of the year. And a damn good year for new cards in general. Last year was. I say the year. I mean last year. It's 2024 now, folks. Let's call it. That was a pretty substantial stream of playing Overwatch. Playing Overwatch until the New Year's. Then a good amount of the finals. Fun shooter game. Not quite my jam, but pretty cool nonetheless. And then capping it off with a little bit of Marvel Snap, which I wasn't expecting to do some work on my decks, but I guess it worked out. I guess there are some things that need to load, like where's my card deck? Marvel Snap. Maybe, no matter how good of a PC you have, Marvel Snap is going to need to load things from the internet to work right. Go figure. Let's see if this works. Pulling up the schedule. It does work. I am thinking Skyward Sword HD will start next Monday, not tomorrow, not today. not the 1st, but January 8th. This will be my first day at the new job, so, you know, if I'm really tired after work, I could see canceling it and delaying it, but I am thinking it'll probably be a light day, probably a relatively light day, and, you know, gotta get used to that, as well, since, you know, that'll be the new thing. It'll probably be, like, relatively light and probably relatively easy to get off that, and, you know, put together a pretty cool Monday stream. I will say the usual schedule is Thursday, Friday. I am thinking this week maybe taking Thursday off and not doing a stream then, and just having a nice, chill, relaxed week. You know, we still have to do some Xmas stuff in my family, so, you know, keeping my schedule open and otherwise. But maybe I'll have some really good idea, maybe some sort of randomize or something. Maybe I'll have some really good idea for Thursday and I'll want to do something, but we'll see. Nothing to announce yet. If there is something, I will schedule it on the YouTube thing, and I'll also mention it in the Discord that it's happening. We'll see, but for sure, I am pretty for sure here. Friday, 6 p.m., viewer levels. I'm gonna do a good amount of them. There'll be some sort of Game of the Year twist to it, where I'll be, like, going over, like, category awards and such, and then showing off my Game of the Year list, my Anime of the Year list, my Movies of the Year list, and, no Shows of the Year list. I saw one show this year, Last of Us, anime aside, and, Last of Us is really good. It would be number 1 on that list that just had one show in it. So, you know, whatever. That'll be Friday. That'll be for sure. So, sum up. I'm back on Friday for sure. Thursday, just pencil that in as a maybe. And next Monday in a week from now, will be the start of the next playthrough, Skyward Sword HD. We'll see how that goes. Let me see who's online, who I can raid. Bregs is doing just talking. It's the new year, where they are, presumably. Or maybe just about. Unclear. I'm gonna send you over there. Oh, it's Diablo 4. That game's alright. That's fine, sure. Anyway, y'all take it easy. Pulling the stream up on my end. I will catch y'all later. Y'all have a good one. This PC, I should say, this PC is lovely. I am loving it so much. I am glad I have it built. You're gonna see a lot less performance issues in streams going forward, and I am so pleased with it. It's kind of overpowered for my purposes, but that's what I want. I want it to be so powerful that it doesn't flinch at doing ultra epic performance while also streaming at the same time, provided the resolution isn't too high. You know, just normal 1080p for me, for now anyway. Maybe eventually 4K will come around, and you know, even Twitch will do 4K. Once Twitch does 4K, maybe everyone will be doing 4K, but that day is not here yet, so I'm happy with 1080 for now. I'll see you later. Y'all have a good, happy new year. Have a good, rest of your new year. See you later. Bye.